It's a pizzaballa. A pizzaballa. Pizzaballa. That doesn't work. That does work. 315-645-31. A pizzaballa. Pizzaballa. All right. It's 11:17. And none of our stocks are going to move today. So we can calm down for the day. We can calm down. At least in my opinion. It looks like nothing's happening in any of our stables. The green today is Finger. Finger is up 12 cents, 311 to 314, 296,000 shares. Nixie's down 6 cents, 161. My opinion, they're trying to get it to go down and maybe trigger some selling. And then G-Bucks is down. Both of those might just be pauses for the cause. Railtown is essentially flat, but it's red. It's 0.0059 down. And just because it's come up over the last weeks, GME is up 24 cents, 26.28. I'm not clear why it comes up, whether that's a recommendation to buy it or just, hey, look at it. But my observation is it went up a little bit and it's down, but we'll see what happens. And then there's, there's some discussion of DJT. Let's just look at that because I don't know the price. 24, up 40 cents. All right. And then let's quickly go over. If you go to Yahoo Finance, there's a news story that FingerMotion is going to have its CEO, Martin Shen, interviewed by Skyline Investments or Skyline. Anyway, it's a PR firm. And that's at noon. I'm going to try to play it right here as well. But if you go to the FingerMotion site, you can click on it, fill out your name. That way, Skyline has your name and email for future alerts. And you can maybe listen to it more clearly. But I think I'll have a setup here where you can hear it. That comes on at noon. And then I just want to go through my, of course, this won't have, for the Papal conclave, the percentage of cardinals voting by continent this year, 39% only out of Europe. Asia, 17%, Africa, 13%, South America, 13%, North America, 15%, and Oceania, 3%. So it's pretty spread out, but the one thing is I don't think Europe carries the day. There's a lot of favorites. I won't go through them. I think the most logical one to win is this guy, Luis Antonio Tango, out of the Philippines. But Cardinal Sarah out of Africa is also very popular. I reckon and that's Peter Turkson as well. I reckon I'm right popular. But my call is I'm going to choose Pierre Battista Pizzaballa. Pier Battista Pizzaballa. He's young. That's his negative. But his positive, he's Italian, but he speaks 5 languages, including Arabic and I think Hebrew. And he knows the in and outs of the Middle East. So I think if I were the Holy Spirit and I were, God trying to protect the world from World War III, I think Pier Battista Pizzaballa would be the best choice. And that's going to be the one I think. But he's only 60. So the problem is nobody's going to want to vote for somebody that'll be there 30 years. So that's probably not going to happen. I also like the, let me see if I can find his name. There's another African cardinal, and I think you say his name Bonga. I like him. So those are my 2 picks. The favorites are Parolin. Tegel's a favorite. Turkson. Let me find a website that lists them all. All right, here's the betting odds. Maybe this will give a better list. Everybody's got to give there we go. So Tegel is in first place, tied with Parolin, then Peter Turkson, a lot of Peters, and then Sarah comes in 4th. You've got all your conservative Europeans, Zuppi, Erdo, and then it's Pier Battista Pizzaballa. I guess he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. So I'm probably not going to be right. And then the one I like is this Fridolin Ambongo Besungu, and he comes in at 7. And then there's Kevin Farrell, and Jean-Marc Aveline, Robert Prevost, and it goes down from there. And the American Raymond Leo Burke, way down there. But anyway, the favorite right now is Tegel. That's the Filipina. Parolin is the guy he's Italian, and I think, and he's the guy who's been running the Vatican pretty much. Those 2 were tied. And then it's Peter Turkson and Robert Serra. They're both cardinals from Africa. Amazing. Amazing how the world changes. Hillary Clinton would like you to think that it's still the same as it was when she used to work for Senator Goldwater. Then there's Peter Urdu, and then my guy, I'm choosing to win, Pier Battista Pizzaballa. And then there's Fridolin Bezungu, my second choice. But the favorites are going to be Tegel, Parolin, Turkson, and Sarah. All right, let's go on to something more important in terms of making money. Let me see if I can sign up for this event and set it up so that when the time comes, you guys don't miss a scintillating minute of the interview if you stay with me. I'm not saying you have to stay with me. You can go directly to Skyline. And where you find that, let me just go Skyline. Here it is, reminder. Oh, is it Zoom? Ah, it's Zoom. Well, anyway, I have Zoom here. So we'll do join. Join meeting. Open. Join meeting. Cancel. Okay. Waiting for the host. The host with the most. Okay. So let me do this. Sorry, I don't know how to do this. I have to set this. Ah, I see. It goes this way. I screwed it up. Cool. All right. So we'll put it there. Put it there. Now let me see if this will work. I think it'll work, so that you get to see it and hear it. Yep, I think that'll work. I can't make it any closer, but that'll give you the video when it comes on. So now we can talk about other things. Let me get my coffee. I'll go to the top. I almost quit on you today, because today's just going to be a non-event, I think, in everything. And it runs the risk of being the day that some of the premium comes out of some of the calls dramatically, maybe. And the other risk is today, as you know, is Wednesday. I don't know how CEOs make decisions anymore, but back when I was, active, good news usually didn't come out after Wednesday. They would sometimes Thursday morning, but mostly they would hold good news until Monday or Tuesday. So I think all of our stocks are going to be kind of in limbo until next week, but that's just a blanket statement. I have no news on it. So anyway, I almost decided to go. It's very nice weather here. I almost decided to go just take the day off, but I didn't. All right, let's go to the top, because the top messages always disappear first. All right, let me move this out of the way. Your first, Sharif, David, Gary Klopp. Gary Klopp. Hey, KYP, Eddie Eagle, Andy Brewer, PYT, how are you, KYP? I hope it's nice up in Brooklyn, or I'm not positive where you are, but up in New York. CC, Gary, the one. Yeah. I think I was talking to somebody about silver this morning. I think silver, once it breaks 40, breaks 50, and then it goes to 120. That might be optimistic. But, it could be 80, 90, 100, 110, 120. But I think it'll go to 120. But the whole markets are going to be going up, if I'm right. And I'm using other people's work. But the main reason that I think this is, if you think historically what happened with the Weimar Republic, their currency was devastated by hyperinflation and et cetera. The difference this time is the US dollar, as much as it's headline porn right now, the US dollar really is the world's currency, as far as I can tell. There's the ruble, which I'd love to be in if we could be. There's the yuan, but then it comes down to which one, the domestic one or the international one. I don't know if they've broken it out that way, but I think they've, in practice, kind of have a domestic pricing of their currency and an international. I'm sure it's the same, but my point is it's not really an international. It can't carry the weight of the world's obligations. Europe could, but they've gone full on. I don't know what to call it. Screwy thinking, and they're probably going to war with Russia. I hope Trump keeps us out. I know Trump and truth are oxymoronic, but he's all we got right now. I hope he keeps us out of the war with Russia. But could the euro do it? Yeah, I guess the euro could do it, but Europe has a problem. They have a central bank in a way, and a central government in a way, but in practice, they don't. It's all different fiefdoms and queendoms all over Europe, and they all have different goals and different budgets and they all speak different languages. It just isn't the United States of America. But Europe is perhaps an alternative and could be a worldwide currency. And I would certainly argue that's what they're trying to do. Canada wants to join Europe, even though they abut us. And the UK, under this new woke prime minister, wants to get back into Europe. Japan is even apparently rising up against the United States. This is the result of the dishonesty and the warmongering and the banksters in the United States. We don't keep our word. We violate all of our agreements. So much so, I won't quote them because then I'll get banned, but I played it yesterday. Jeffrey Sachs, who I think he's a professor, I believe at, it's not coming into my head, but he's a widely respected economics professor primarily, but he talks about global politics and other things. And he was given the task 4 or 5 years ago to study the sources of the thing, the thing that caused the worldwide economic slowdown mandatorily. And he just came out recently. He's not the first, but he's the most trusted. That whole game started in North Carolina, University of North Carolina, not China. And we had laboratories in the Ukraine, and we paid for the one in China. So the United States is doing everything we can do to be the most evil country on the planet. And I don't know where that thinking's coming from. I give it to a lot of young, promoted people who are in over their head. I give it to the hatred that Hillary Clinton brings to her whole persona. The Democratic Party, I think, is beholden to this kind of crap, but so's the Republican Party. And we just got to wake up. But anyway, even with all of that, there's nothing to replace the dollar. Nothing. So the Weimar Republic may be a good example, but that was one major currency back then. The dollar is the currency right now. So that's a distinction. But I think the markets will do as they did during the Weimar Republic time, when there was inflation and then deflation, and then economic disaster. I think our stock markets will levitate and they'll go to highs you've never seen. The headlines will be exciting. There'll be a transfer of wealth from the saver to the speculator. People who are cautious will see their relative piece of the economic pie decline, while speculators in the markets will just suddenly get rich. And I think that's coming over the next 3 to 9 months. Let's say by October. It could take longer, it could take a shorter period of time. In that environment, I think silver is going to triple or quadruple. And I think if you do that, CC, possibly one strategy to go along with your game plan would be, let's say it gets to 100 or 110, 120 in the short run. Sell enough to pay off your credit card. And don't use your credit cards anymore. Credit cards are slavery. You're putting yourself into bondage to the banking system, and then to the scumbags that call you when your credit goes pear-shaped, and then you're in the courts and your life is constricted. Credit cards are the way the banks enslave you. Just get out of credit card debt if you can. So anyway, if you have that, I like your bet, by the way. I like it. If I had credit cards, I stopped using them. I don't even apply for them. But if I had space on a credit card, I would do what you're doing. But then if silver triples, sell a third, pay off your credit card debt. And if the price pulls back, I'll leave it open to you whether you buy more or not. Then what do I see happening? I see the markets collapsing. And I've put out there 90% decline. I think that might be better stated as a 90% decline if you measure value against the price of gold, the Dow versus the gold price. But I think the decline is going to be severe, shocking, devastating, generational. It's going to scare the shite out of everybody. And Jerome Powell, who hates Trump, and he works, I think, for the banks and for the globalists, apparently today will not cut interest rates, and he's going to be late probably. I think you could see it could happen sooner, but in a market correction, he'll cut rates 2% in one chop. Maybe 3%. And then the Fed will start buying everything. They'll buy your mortgages, they'll buy the municipal bonds, they'll buy anything that's out there. And I think because the dollar is the world's currency, the Fed is the world's central bank. And I think they'll put all the worldwide central banks into the same game plan of buying assets. And I bet, I'm being dramatic, but I bet the worldwide central banking system will add 100 trillion to their balance sheets. It'll probably be less, but I'm trying to be dramatic. And the question will be, will the public buy it? Will business people buy that? I think they'll buy it one more time. And so then we'll start rallying out of the collapse. And I think that collapse is going to be at the end of the World Trade Organization under Clinton, NAFTA under Clinton. It's going to be the end of just in time. It's going to be the end of it may be the end of the United States Navy keeping the seaways safe. We may not have that capacity anymore. So the theme is going to be for the next phase of your life. I don't know when it's going to start, but I'd say it's going to start 2 years from now, 18 months from now. But of course, by then we'll have AOC cheated in as president, because everyone hates Trump because he's a racist, misogynist, anti-Semite. He's orange. He's just a bad, bad person. So we need AOC. So we're gonna go slam against the wall of womanism and all the other isms before we wake up. But the reality is going to come home. I mean, we won't be able to live in illusion anymore. And the theme will be this. I'm not sure it's really a word, but the theme will be reindustrialization. It will be reshoring. It's really going to be that the United States takes advantage of its great strengths of being secure by two oceans, having enormous resources, having one of the best constitutions in the world if we choose to live by it, freedom of press if we want to have that, individual rights if we want to have that, innovation if we have honest market. I don't know what happens. I really used the time I was disconnected. The Skyline Signature Series interview with Motion at 12 p.m. today. I have it set up here. I will play it and I'll keep my mouth shut. You'll be able to see it. It's not going to be on the whole screen. It'll just be here, but you'll hear it. You can see them. Or you can go to FingerMotion.com, go to the investor relations page, click the, now I think the best place to find it is if you go to Yahoo Finance, punch in Finger, and in the news they announce this 12 noon interview, and you'll be able to hit this link and it takes you right to Skyline signature series, and they'll it's very easy: name, email, phone number, and you don't have to fill in the rest. Register, and you can listen directly from the comfort of your own home. But in about 12 minutes, 13 minutes, we'll have Martin here, and Skyline. I'll have it here so you can stay here and listen to it. But I think Skyline would appreciate getting your data because they're doing the work for the interview. So I think it'd be good if you go over there and get on their mailing list. So anyway, let's go down from CC Ryder. See, I lost all of the. So anybody from when I started talking to CC to here, I lost your message. It's all gone. So sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I just don't see the message. The pattern in G-Bucks is they drive it down in the morning and then the buying comes in. Yeah, I think you're right. Everything's about probabilities, David. On the negative side, which I'm not 100. I'm not really on the negative side with G-Bucks, but on the negative side, there's a lot of pieces that balls they're throwing up in the air, hoping that they all come together in a great piece of art. And that might not happen. I mean, the one question is, why has it taken so long to get the deal done? And the other concern is the market cap is very high. But I'm more on the positive side, much more on the positive side with G-Bucks. Like you say, they only have a short window to complete the deal in order for the new investor to qualify for the dividend. And I think he or she is going to want to do that. I also think once they get that done, as you point out, it's a narrow window for the those caught short. Both the professional big girls, boys, they're all boys, and the opportunistic day traders that you see come on here all the time. G-Bucks could get exciting, and I agree with your analysis of the pattern. But it doesn't mean it's going to work. It's probabilities, but I think risk reward. If they get the deal done, the company's probably worth where it's trading. If they finalize the deal, how do I come up with that? Well, if somebody puts up 200 million for 30% of the company, the market cap should be 600 million or more, and that's where it is right now. So I don't think there's a lot of risk as long as they get that deal done, and your reward is a massive upside in G-Bucks. But how many of these stories have we talked about? I'm not trying to be negative about G-Bucks. I'm just saying overall, I'm somewhat, as my Merrill Lynch colleague Bob Clayton would say, I am somewhat inured to the stories now. What did I call? Pizzaballa? All right, Pizzaballa. I called Pizzaballa. Ham had a call. Look, Ham doesn't let me in on when he's doing calls anymore, which is fine. I think I don't think it's anything personal. I just think maybe Kristen, maybe Giannis, somebody's shown him how to do this across Twitter, and he's a man of action. Let's do it. Let's go. Done. Boom. Dop. Beep. Ba. So I'm glad you listened to his call, and he'll always come on here if you need him. Did I get a new haircut? No, I got one on Saturday, so it's not new from then. Pony AI went Friday. All right, so I don't know the purpose of this. It's fun to look at everything moving, but after they've already moved, there's very little to do that's not full of risk. As this guy or girl says, Pony AI went Friday, whatever that means. I don't know the story. Once something went, I would sit on my hands and let the excitement die down. Even if it goes up and I miss it, I would not put money into a stock which has went, whatever it means. If it pulls back, you study it, you understand it, you'll get another opportunity to enter a stock which has went. But chasing these is a way to lose money. I mean, it's all about, I'm not saying it's risky. I mean, a lot of money being lost. But you guys, and it's, to give credit to Lou, I think Lou saw early the power of getting a group of people, and he had the style and the charisma and the ideas and the ability to keep you entertained and educate. He got a group of people together, and that's a power that all of these people don't have. He did have it. And some of his people are here, and some others came on because they saw me. I don't think I have Lou's cachet, but I do think his ideas of what we could do, he was early, and I think he was correct. I think Ham has shown that he's willing to work to cause a movement. Junk Savvy, Busy Brands, all those guys over on those calls too. So we've got some momentum there, and that's what these kind of, I don't know anything about AC, but a lot of these guys want access to the group that all these people have created, and sometimes partially is here. And they need our monies to kickstart their schemes, and their schemes range from I'm watching it when it comes on, we'll listen. Their schemes range from hot potato short selling for a day trade to being part of a racketeering collusion to steal entire market caps of companies. And we got to be careful of that. So these guys come in with hot ideas. Some CEOs come in waving their baton. I'm the face of fighting short sellers. Well, no, he's there to suck money out, so he had never had to work another day in his life. So anyway, we got to be on alert. They are really fighting Finger. Yeah. I'm not gonna. I've given my ideas about what might be going on last week, and I'm not going to go. I don't want to go through it again. It's very little upside for me on that because I get splattered all over Twitter, and it pisses Ham off, and people don't understand what I'm trying So I made my point. I think it's a little bit like if you're involved with, I don't know, say you're involved with an alcoholic woman, and you recognize it. I've come to believe you really only have to point it out once and then disengage, because once it gets to I don't know what to call it. Once it gets to where there's no communicating, it might as well drop it. Oh, there's Sharif. What a puppy dog. He needs a big hug. But I know he doesn't like hugs, but he needs one. And he needs to have somebody come up from behind him and pick up his hind legs so he's confused what he should do. He won't like that either. But it's playful. Naming my next pet Pizzaballa. Pizzaballa. Pier Battista Pizzaballa. Sorry for coughing. I have it right here. You'll be able to hear the Skyline Signature Series FingerMotion interview scheduled today at 12 p.m. Alternatively, you can go to Yahoo, put in finger, hit the news story. There's a link to Skyline Signature Series. As soon as you put your name and details, you're registered. I think you have to go to your email. You click that, and it takes you to this call on Zoom by Skyline Signature Series, and they're a PR group. I think it's worth giving them your data so you're always on alert, and you'll see the guy's pretty good at his interviews, and Martin is as ever. Oh God, Meghan Markle as ever. Martin is very good at his presentations. So I'll try not to make any noise while he's talking. And let's keep going. Pizzaballa. G-Bucks, $3. So much fraud. Well, I've been debating for a week or two how I can write a letter or do something else. Part of it isn't fraud. Part of it was allowed by Bill Clinton or his administration. I've got 1 minute left. I can't explain it again to you, but this idea of giving you an entitlement instead of a clear-cut ownership, Bill Clinton signed that. Well, I don't know if he signed it, but his administration, under the Rubin as the Treasury Secretary, he pushed that forward, just like NAFTA, China and the World Trade Organization. He kicked off the selling and the access to trade secrets and patents and education to China. I don't know if history is going to be all that fond of Bill Clinton. But the good thing about Bill Clinton, he's not a misogynist, racist, anti-Semite like Trump.
Recording in progress.
Oh, I see.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I'm Scott Powell, president of Skyline Corporate Communications Group, LLC. Skyline Corporate.
Oh, come on. Hang on, everybody. Hang on, everybody. I got to get this to go up anyway. I know you're getting all annoyed. I don't blame you. I got to... My phone went dead. Sorry, we'll get this going. My phone went completely dead. I don't know what's wrong. Let me take it off. It was fully charged. All right, it's got to reboot. They're introducing. I'm sorry. We'll get it on. You know where to go if you're impatient. I almost feel like I'm hacked, frankly. It's 93% battery. So there's no reason for that to have turned off. Slow to get into email. Join webinar. Slow to get into join meeting. Open. All right, here we go. Join meeting. Here we go.
Recording in progress.
Incorporated, NASDAQ symbol F, for providing investor relations services relating to FingerMotion Incorporated securities, including the preparation and distribution of this flyer, and for hosting this virtual company presentation.
So he's
today.
telling you that he's getting
Skyline's
paid.
fee is disclosed at skylineccg.com/disclosures in accordance with Securities and Exchange Commission Rule 17, subsection
I know
A.
it's sloppy, but I don't want to fix it because I don't want
is an
to
evolving
turn it off
technology
again.
company
So
with a core competency in
have to
mobile
live with
payment
it.
and recharge platform solutions in China. As the user base of its primary business continues to grow, the company is developing additional value-added technologies to market. The vision of the company is to rapidly grow the user base through organic means and have this growth develop into an ecosystem of users with high engagement rates, utilizing its innovative applications. For more information on FingerMotion, visit the company's website at FingerMotion.com. After FingerMotion's formal presentation, you will have the chance to ask questions during the Q&A session. Please type your questions into the Q&A box at the bottom center of your Zoom screen. I would now like to turn the floor over to Mr. Martin Shen, Chief Executive Officer of FingerMotion Incorporated. Martin?
Oh, thank you so much, Scott. Thank you, Skyline, and hello, everybody. I understand there's a lot of people on this webinar, so I appreciate everyone taking the time and learning a bit more about our company. So I'll start it off by sharing our screen. Hopefully that works. So the agenda today is fairly simple. We'll kind of go through the company, our core businesses, a bit of history about our company, and then we'll go into a bit more detail about the core businesses after our history section. I typically like to start off our presentation with a short little video, kind of a 30,000-foot view of our company, a bird's eye view of what we do here at FingerMotion. And then after that, we'll go into a bit more detail about our core businesses.
Martin, I don't believe we're actually getting any audio from the video. Would you mind resharing and doing the screen share functionality or the sound share? Sorry.
Sure, let's try that again. It doesn't seem to be clicking on. Doesn't seem to be allowing me to share sound. So I'll just share a screen and then I'll just kind of continue after the video.
Sure, that works. Perfect, thank you.
So with that video, we would have kind of gone over kind of a bird's eye view of our company, and you would have got a good idea that our company is well entrenched in the mobile phone arena, but particularly in the mobile data space. The ability to both accumulate and aggregate the data and then turn it back out into some sort of valuable content that can be used in different industries. And with that data, we hope to innovate new products enhance the products that are already out in the market now, and then provide those behavioral insights, that understanding of human nature, to ultimately enhance the products, either new or the ones that are in the market. So a quick little history about our company. In 2018, we were given the license to handle the payment processing for the two largest telcos in China, China Mobile and China Unicom. And they have a combined user base of about 1.5 to 1.6 billion users. So you can imagine that's a very large marketplace to be in. Now, what typically happens, what would I guess involve would be payment processing in the back end, which would connect the phone users to their respective phone portals. And I'll go a bit more detail on that as we discuss our businesses. In 2019, we also started an SMS and MMS business based on the success of our payment processing platform for those telcos. And what is SMS? Really, that is text messaging or text messaging bundles. And we would sell those on behalf of the telcos. In 2020, we started our big data arm, Sapientis, because we understood the value proposition of the data that we were able to accumulate and aggregate from all that user data that we had access to. And obviously that is a very big project for us, and that continues to be a big driver for our revenue going forward, we think, in the next few years. And then in 2021, we uplisted in NASDAQ. We did that organically without the help of any institution or any bank. So we're obviously very proud of the team. That was one of my goals that when I started here at FingerMotion back in 2018, was get it up to one of the big exchanges, NASDAQ obviously being a tech hub. And so we wanted to be there. Now, what does that really provide? That provides much more reliance for you as investors and shareholders, a bit more comfort with the added corporate governance, the regular reporting that we have to go through, and just the rigors of being on a big exchange. And we felt that that was important because that would obviously give us access to more eyeballs on the company, access to possibly more funding, and certainly more liquidity in the stock. In 2024, we launched two brand new kind of business divisions for us, one of which is the DAGA, is the command and communication platform, which really is a platform for the emergency response program that China is launching in their country. And I'll go a bit more detail on that as we move along here. So first, what are our core businesses? We really have four business revenue divisions. One is telecommunication products and services, our top-up program. The SMS and MMS services, which is, again, text messaging. We have Sapientis, our big data arm. And our value-added products and services, those two new products that I mentioned, our DAGA app and the emergency response program. So first, telecommunication products and services, or top-up. Now, what is top-up? So as a phone consumer in China, you use up your phone, use up the minutes. You use up your phone, use up the data. And you have to go in and top up your account. In essence, pay into your account to keep your account active. Now, how you typically do this is you actually go into an e-commerce portal, Alibaba's of the world, Tmall, JD.com, these really large e-commerce portals. You find your respective phone provider's portal, click into it, and pay into your account. Again, topping it up to make sure the account stays active. Now, what do we do as FingerMotion is we handle the payment processing on the back end of that. So we connect that phone consumer with their respective phone company and keep their account active and handle that transaction. Now, as I mentioned off the top, we're looking at about 1.5 to 1.6 billion user accounts. So there's a lot of payment processing. We don't handle all of it. There are still other legacy companies that handle it. But you can imagine there's a lot of transactions to go through. And our platform has been very successful with very few failures and very few drop-offs, to the point where we've now extended our services to not just payment processing, but also looking at loyalty points, data plans, and phone sales. Now, because of the success of that top-up program, the phone company then introduced us to another line of business, which is SMS or MMS bundling, which is, in essence, text messaging bundling. The cell phone companies, the telcos, have these text messaging bundles, let's say 100,000 or 200,000 messages. and they pass it to us, and we pass it along to our corporate business partners at a discounted rate to allow them to send out messages. Now, SMS is still a prevalent way within China for companies that want to market their wares. They would have to send out a text message. Maybe they have a sale on a particular product or something, and they push it out to their authorized customer lists. Now, as you can imagine, in China, you can't just send out spam or any nationalistic or propaganda messages. So there's also a very important review process in the back end, a review and approval process to make sure that the message is okay. And we provide that service as well. So not only do our corporate partners get the benefit of a lower discounted price to get these messages out, but they also get the advantage of getting a quick review process in the back end to make sure that their message is sent out, quickly and efficiently. Now, because of the success of our top-up business and the reliability of the platform and our ability to get out SMS messages and that business as well, the telcos then introduced us to a new business, which is in essence big data. So they provide us the license to go into their facility and study their user data. Now you can imagine, again, the size of this data pool, 1.5, 1.6 billion potentially user accounts that we get to study. But there's two very important points that we always make. One, we do not own the data. The ownership of the data is continued to be retained by the telcos. We just have a license to go in and study that data. Secondly, the data that we do get access to has already been scrubbed for anonymity and privacy. So there's just a number of things that we can use, maybe an identifier or an account number. We don't get any private information. So what we do have, though, is somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 to 2,000, sometimes even 3,000 different demographic data points that we use to apply to that data. One of the examples that we always like to use is, let's say it's a 50-year-old man and I'm a driver and I drive to and from work Monday to Friday. And I go 5 miles a day, residential roads, very safe roads. And I leave at 9 and come back at 5, very regular. Versus the same demographic, 50-year-old man, but I travel 100 miles a day. And I drive at all hours of the day on highways, back alleys, what have you. Now, that dichotomy of demographic information, do we think that that would be value to somebody? We think so. But one of the things that we've always said that when we started out our big data arm in Sapientus was that having access to all this data is not worth anything if you don't know what to do with it. So we studied the data, put it all together, and then we looked at different industries that we could put it in, be it healthcare, be it financial services. And we ultimately landed on InsurTech. I go back to my example. Do you think that the auto division of an insurance company would like to have that kind of information when looking at prospective customers? We think so. And that's sort of how the basic building blocks of how we're building out Sapientus now. And now we're growing our Sapientus to the point where that platform doesn't necessarily even need to be tied into a telco. We think that we can start extrapolating our algorithms and putting it into InsurTech without necessarily aggregating the data from telcos and putting that model and trying to maybe export it outside of China as well. One of our early goals as a company was always to try to be not China-centric. And so we're looking at positions within Southeast Asia particularly because the systems are somewhat similar. And we're talking to people in Thailand, Indonesia, possibly Vietnam, about moving our Sapientus, exporting our Sapientus model into those jurisdictions. Now, finally, our 2 new products that we just launched last year. First, it's the Daga app. Now, the Daga app right now is very much in its infancy. The idea is that it's a lifestyle app and an app that phone users would use and upload to the phone. Currently, it has different car washing and car deething, car repair stations that they can access if they need to fix their car. But we've also tied in with an infrastructure, an EV infrastructure company that can provide the locations of their different charging stations. Now, as you can imagine in China right now, there's a lot of EV cars out there. There's a big push for EV vehicles on the road. And if you go to any mall or any kind of shopping area, you'll see different EV dealerships really on the main floor of that mall. So there is a big push for electric vehicles there. And having an app where people can access where to go when they want to charge their phone is quite important. our overall thought of having that app, though, again, goes into our understanding of data and human nature and knowing where people go and where people move. And we can maybe push in some of our other products down the road, perhaps insurance items, be it health and car insurance, and put that on the app as well. Like I mentioned, this app is very much in its infancy. We'll see where it grows, but obviously having uptake of the population of society would be of value, we think. And so we'll see where that grows too. Our second and really big project for us is the command and communication platform, which is a platform for their emergency response program. So what the Chinese government has mandated is that every town, every city, every village, in essence, has to have an emergency response program in place. And that would involve vehicles, equipment, personnel that are able to respond should any natural disaster occur. The idea being, once there is a natural disaster, they can send out this emergency response team to the location, accumulate as much data of what's happening there, and send it back to some central location or some central control center where they can then better determine how to spread out the resources to respond to that natural disaster. Now, we had begun this as the team that would, in essence, provide the command and communication platform for that emergency response program. But what has happened also is that we have now become the sole aggregator of putting together all this different equipment. So we will bring in the vehicles, we'll bring in the drones, the satellite phones, the cameras themselves, and the equipment, and put it all together depending on what these different jurisdictions and different municipalities are ordering. And so obviously that is a very big project for us. We know how to build a platform, and now we're in the process of, we put out a few vehicles out there as test vehicles, and they're going to make sure that everything works. And then once that comes back, we would just sit and wait for those orders to come and see what comes from the different municipalities. Remember, this is a country-wide mandate for China. So the potential of this being a big revenue driver for us is significant. So we'll see where that takes us. Obviously, our competitive edge as a company has always begun with our ability to provide obviously a reliable service, but also the fact that we have licenses to do what we need to do. It started with our payment processing and obviously goes into our data accumulation and now with the emergency response program. We think that that is a huge competitive edge. And, being in this, I guess it's area for, 5-6 years now, we certainly have a big first step against any competitor out there. Obviously, China is a very large playground. And I think what we've done as a company is really build our foundation and really learned from being in this playground about understanding human nature and the ability to accumulate and aggregate data. What's also important for us, though, as I mentioned, is that we've always looked to be outside of just being China-centric. So moving to new jurisdictions. Right now, as I mentioned, Southeast Asia is somewhere we're looking to be able to move our algorithms and our different platforms to. But also outside of just being an insurtech. So we're, again, getting a good foothold and understanding of how insurtech works. But then if we can move into financial services or healthcare, that's somewhere we think we can take our data and our data accumulation capabilities as well. Future growth plans, as I mentioned, we are on NASDAQ. So again, access to possibly more funding, more liquidity. If we do get more funding, we would obviously go and continue to build up our fundamental businesses, which is the top up in the SMS. But some of that funding would obviously go into building out the R&D portions of our data arm, our Sapientis company, and then also putting the capital into building up our ERP response program, bringing in all these different vehicles, all this equipment. Obviously will require a bit of capital, and we'll bring that in. But as we get better and better in fulfilling the orders from these different cities and towns, we think there's going to be economies of scale. And so we can get more efficient production and rollout when responding to those orders. This is our revenue growth over the last 4 years. We are in very close to filing our annual report, which will be out by the end of the month. And so we'll have some new revenue numbers for you there, as well as our new margins for fiscal year end 2025. This is our management team. Lily, who runs our Chinese operations, and Yuhan, our CFO, who resides in Malaysia. And that's our corporate update. Hopefully you got some good information about our company, and I'd be happy to open the floor to some questions if there are any.
Great. Thanks, Martin, for a great presentation as always. And as a reminder to everyone in the audience, if you have any questions, please feel free to type your question into the Q&A box at the bottom center of your screen. Only the three of us panelists can see your name. No one else can see you or what question you ask, so you do have anonymity.
Go ahead and speed it up.
Of course, make sure you're asking appropriate questions, and happy to have Martin respond.
All right,
to
we
the
got the
all
point.
appropriate
Faster,
questions that come
faster.
in through here.
Andale.
Martin, a housekeeping question. After the presentation ends, is there a place that that I can get, or the investors can get, this PowerPoint presentation? I don't know if it's been put up on the website yet, or.
Yeah, it should be on our website, so www.fingermotion.com, and you'll see obviously our SEC filings as well, and then other interviews that I've done in the past. They should all be up there. If it's not, I'll make sure that I'll check and make sure that it is up.
Okay, great. Thanks. And as a reminder, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to type them. It looks like a number of questions have come in, Martin. So I don't know if you want to pick the ones that you'd like to answer first, or if you want me to just go through in the order that they've come in.
Yeah, you can probably just go through them, I think.
Okay. All right. Question about the status timetable for warrants to shareholders. Yeah, so part of the, because the warrants weren't moved or nothing had been done on it, we actually had to withdraw, I think, the application, but we'll talk with the board. I'm actually flying to Asia next week, and I think we'll just likely just get that reinstated. I'm not exactly sure what the process is. The only reason that they were withdrawn was because we had a time limit expire, I think. But the plan would be to just kind of keep it rolling forward. But we just need the board to sign up on that. Great. And then maybe a related question, Martin, that's come in a little bit lower, but sort of related to administrative items. Are there any special dividends planned for Finger shareholders? Not currently. If you're talking about like cash dividends or anything like that, I don't think we're planning for that. The warrant dividend, that'll still be around, so we'll reinstate that when the board gathers. But other than that, we currently don't have any plans for a dividend at this time. Doesn't mean we won't, but just not currently in the plans. Another more administrative one, Martin, maybe keeping on the same. Any insider buying recently of the shares? No. Not that I'm aware of.
Who's your maid?
One non-comment, but just someone saying that we're all in, Martin, and a nice job presenting. So I want to at least mention a nice comment that was made.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I'm all in too.
You've been at this a while.
It's hilarious.
All right, back to operational questions. How long will the test program last for the emergency response program?
A great question. As many of you know, we deal with very large companies. China Mobile, China Unicom on the top-up side, Munich Re, Pacific Life Re on the insurance side. And now we're theoretically, or I guess technically, working with the Chinese government. And what tends to happen over my experience is that they're not as nimble and as quick to move as maybe we are or we would like. And so part of that delay is out of our hands. We like to think that we've obviously done a good job. We've released a couple press releases on the success of the vehicles and the testing of the platform itself. So we know everything is good. Now it's just a matter of time of everyone implementing, saying, okay, let's go. Please put your orders in, and FingerMotion can start putting them all together. And obviously, once we get the first few orders, we'll put out the press on that as well. So it's a great question. I wish that everyone would move faster, but sometimes I think our patience is important, and make sure that everything is done correctly and right. And then once we get going, hopefully the ball just kind of keeps rolling and the snowball effect will take place.
Thanks, Martin. And then a number of questions have come in, looks like 3 or 4 or 5, about short selling. And I know the company had taken some action, it was last year or the year before, against some naked shorts. I think the questions are just any thoughts, any updates, any progress on any of that, any sort of actions being taken, or any discussions or dialogue or thoughts about how to counteract some of that activity if it's
Fascinating.
I got a great question. Throughout my tenure so far, we have always been, I guess, somewhat attractive for short sellers. The short selling community is a behemoth. They are huge. They have a lot of deep pockets. I'm obviously not a fan of shorting. I understand the market aspects behind it, and that portion I'm okay with. But when it gets into things like naked short selling, to me, it really is just a way to make money at a cost to a company. They have no concerns about what the company even does or what the vision or mission of the company is. They're really out there just to destroy companies. So obviously I'm not a fan of it. We did make a move when we thought that there was something egregious in a report that was put out last year, and we really had to put our foot on that. But even when we did all of that, clearly the short community didn't seem to really care. So our focus has always been, okay, if it's egregious and it's ridiculous and the comments are made are truly false, we will go after it. But in the meantime, just put our head down, focus on the performance of the company. We have, as you can see, a number of fantastic products out there. And it's just a matter of growing that out, driving the revenues, giving a great financial statements, and then letting our true supporters or true shareholders, investors decide what is best for the company. We think that, once our financial performance gets, obviously to a break-even point, to a profitability point, then the stock price will take care of itself. And so we're not fans of, obviously, the naked short aspect. And, we put resources into it to try to fight it. Again, if something bad or egregious happens, we'll focus on that. But for now, it's just really put our head down and give you guys some good financial statements.
Good answer.
Great, thanks, Martin. A couple questions that I'm not sure you can answer, but maybe you could still provide some directive. One is just a question about a timeline for profitability. I don't know that you've given guidance or can really speak to that. The other is a rumor that you're partnering with a big company out of Asia. Again, obviously you can't comment on rumors, and I'm not sure you've given guidance. I don't know if you can. I at least wanted to mention these two questions, but I'm not sure if you can address them or not.
Right.
Yeah, if we partner with any company in Asia, obviously you can't comment on that. And we have not given guidance on profitability. Obviously, break even and profitability is a goal of ours. And that continues to be a focus when I mention financial performance. We think that the potential with the ERP project could bring us to profitability. It is, clearly a very large project. Spanning the scope of the entire country. And so when those orders come in, we think that could obviously be a path to profitability. And as well as what we're doing on our big data arm, that's been churning for a couple of years now. I've seen some good progress in the tech that we built out in that area in Sapientus. So we think that could be a revenue driver for us as well. So we do have, a couple strong avenues that are potentially could bring us obviously big revenue and the pathway to profitability. But a timeline, I'm not sure I can provide one. But that certainly continues to be a goal for us going forward.
Yep. Thanks, Martin. Another question. Hello from Singapore. So this is a question, I believe, about Singapore. And can you shed some light on the insurtech space for Finger?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's really our Sapientis arm, and we built out some interesting innovations in that area, where we think that it'll provide very good value to the insurance companies that we work for. But also, as I mentioned, that model, that entire platform and the algorithms within it are something that we've always thought could be exported to different jurisdictions. And being within, let's say, China and Singapore and Southeast Asia, that's a place that we're focusing on, maybe bringing that product to those different countries. We think it's important to be not China-centric. Obviously, with the geopolitical situation, that's something that may accelerate our desire to move outside of China. But it's always been part of our vision. So that's where we think that products or those products can go. And we will obviously announce that if we can get something going outside of China in the insurtech space.
Thanks, Martin. No shortage of questions. This is good.
It's good. This is good. Yeah.
2 questions, different questions, but about the same ERP. So the first one is the emergency response program sounds like it will involve significant costs. Have you budgeted or planned for it? Do you need additional funds? And then a related question: do you buy all the components for it? Cars, drones, antennas, etc.
Components. Okay.
The ongoing
First question,
income.
budgets. Yes, we obviously internally have put together kind of working budgets for different scenarios on how we will fulfill the ERP project. We do believe that we probably will need some funding once we get going on it. But as I mentioned in the presentation, we believe that there will be some economies of scale. The first few vehicles, few orders that we get will take some time. We have to put some stuff together, platform, install that. If people order drones, remember there's different versions of things that the different cities or different towns will order. They may want 1 vehicle, they may want 3 drones. We even have the potential for helicopter drones out there. So there's a different number of things that we would have to build in, and that's why we have different working budgets for different scenarios of what might happen. We understand generally where we think the orders will come in, and that's kind of what we budget for. And yes, that would likely require some funding that we will need just to kind of get those initial orders going and working through some of the difficulties or challenges of putting those out. But I think once we get going, I think we'll understand what the different municipalities need, and we can, put those out and push them out more quickly to respond to the orders. The components, yes, we will have to bring them in. We've had questions about tariffs. So because we are a China-centric company, we're not directly affected by tariffs, but I'm not naive enough to think that the overall economic scope in the world, we're not going to get touched by it. And if we're bringing in different products, be it, cameras or satellite phones, if there's some sort of U.S. connection or some connection where the tariffs have to come into play, then we have to obviously consider that when that happens. But to answer your question, yes, we will likely have to bring in the components themselves, because we'll actually install everything or respond to what the orders want. We may get some subcontracts to help with certain aspects of it, but the responsibility, I think, of the entire order for now currently falls on us.
Thanks, Martin. And then a couple questions just about broker-dealer investment banking relationships. The first, I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, or if this is maybe a glitch that the investor's having, but he's saying that Fidelity doesn't allow for online trading of the shares, that you have to call in
Yeah.
the trade for FNGR. I don't know if you said it's making it difficult on the Fidelity platform. I'm not sure if you're aware of that or not, or if it's.
I did actually just hear that,
Okay.
and obviously we're going to investigate that. I'm not entirely sure why that is happening, but I did just hear of it. So we do have some people that we're going to get to look into that. So yes, we are aware of that.
Okay, so folks, anyone that's on Fidelity and is having this issue, the company's looking into that.
Yeah.
Another question about it's about your relationship with Roth Capital. What do you expect the bank to be doing for FNGR? Are you hopeful that research coverage will come, conference support, advisory services, and things? Just sort of a general question about the relationship there with Roth and the benefits to FingerMotion.
Yeah. So for those that don't know, we did a registered direct fundraise with Roth back in December. We got in about $5 million, and they've been helpful for us. Obviously, with the activity in the stock price the last few weeks, they've been kind of knocking on our doors saying registered direct, different other fundraising alternatives that they're presenting to us, and we're certainly looking at it. We will be attending their London conference in June, and they have obviously brought a number of different people to us as a company about potentially fundraising, but also just spreading the word about our company and what we do. So they have been, good to us, and we, continue to have a good, healthy working relationship with them.
Great. And then, Martin, a question about financials. It's a question: when will the audit be completed? I don't know if the investors are aware that you're on a fiscal year as opposed to a calendar year.
Correct.
So your audit, it doesn't follow a lot of the other companies that wrapped up at 12/31/2024.
Correct. Yeah. So our fiscal year end is February 28th, 2025. The audit is almost complete now, actually. And we file our annual report, our 10K, towards the end of this month. So I think it's May 29th or May 30th. So we'll be filing then. So in terms of the audit, I think we're close to completion. And then it's just a matter of making sure everything is okay with the 10K report itself.
Yep. In accordance with the required timelines for filing the Form 10K with the SEC.
Yeah.
Based upon your fiscal year end.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Any thoughts about a dual listing? I'm not sure where the investor was thinking. Maybe he's thinking somewhere in maybe Hong Kong or Singapore or something. But
we did. Yeah, to be honest, we did look at dual listing years ago. I think we did. I think entertain the idea of dual listing in Hong Kong. It's quite expensive, to be frank. And at that point in time, I don't think we had the resources or the funding to do that. We're not currently entertaining the idea of dual listing. NASDAQ is a reputable enough platform, we think, for investors. And hopefully without this Fidelity issue, the access to the stock shouldn't be an issue. So I don't think we're currently looking at dual listing. We did entertain it in the past, but not right now.
Thanks, Martin. Sort of more of a general question about earnings releases. Have you considered a live Q&A session following your earnings releases?
We have, as a matter of fact, Skyline has been obviously recommending something like that. We'll see the timing of when that all kind of comes about. But yes, we have discussed the idea of doing an earnings call. If not at the end of the K, then certainly within the Qs that follow down the road.
A couple of questions keep coming in about research coverage. It sounds like investors are very keen to see an independent analyst pick up coverage. So
sorry, we should have answered that on the Roth question. So I missed that. Yes, Roth is. They have an analyst that they're going to line up for us to get research coverage, obviously because we did a deal with them. We haven't looked necessarily elsewhere for independent coverage, paid or not paid, whatever. From my consideration, research is always paid to some degree. But yes, Roth is putting an analyst out that will start putting their report on us. I think that, you know, as soon as they can get that out.
Yep, agreed. Back to the ERP from start to finish. How long will the ERP program be?
I think ultimately the entire program is probably going to be in the neighborhood about, you know, maybe 5, 7, 10 years to get it all done and going. In terms of individual orders themselves, that remains to be seen. We think the initial cycle could be somewhere, let's say from order to delivery and payment, somewhere in the neighborhood of 90 days, maybe 120 days for the first few orders. But as I mentioned, as we get better at it, I think that'll significantly truncate probably into somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 days, depending on how big the order is and, you know, what kind of different aspects they want changed and all that. If it's typically a similar order, you know, from different place to different place, then it could, you know, be the same cycle, whatever, 30, 60 days. But the initial orders, I think, will take a little while just to make sure that everything works and, you know, we're doing the right things, and we'll see what kind of feedback we get when they receive those orders.
Thanks, Martin. And then a couple questions just about investor relations, stock price. And remember, you can't, you shouldn't say anything. You shouldn't say anything that isn't already public. But the questions are, you know, any updates on or recent developments that you feel like the investors are missing, or maybe aren't paying enough attention to certain news releases, upcoming catalysts or milestones. Maybe you could recap anything that you mentioned in the PowerPoint, and, you know, upcoming conferences, research coverage. You know, additional press releases, just sort of an encouragement to continue, you know, all these communications efforts with the investment community.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly understand that people want, you know, whatever, you know, inside nugget that they can get and what's happening. But you're right, you know, I obviously can't say anything that is, as this is not necessarily widely distributed, so there can't be any inside information. The one thing I will mention is that, you know, I've been attending a couple conferences over the last few weeks in New York City and Las Vegas, and we've had some good interest in our company. Obviously, with, let's say, the geopolitical landscape, we would have thought there would have been more. I would have thought there would have been more pushback for a China company. I mean, we are NASDAQ listed, we are Delaware domiciled, so we are a US company. We just so happen to have operations in China. So at these conferences, I would have expected a bit more, maybe pushback, but we didn't get it. We actually got what I consider more interest in the company. And part of that could be the fact that we almost act as a proxy for investors that want to, let's say, dip their toe in China. They have the comfort of being investing in a NASDAQ company, again, a US listed, US domiciled company, but having that operation in China gets them some exposure to the Chinese market. And so I think that might have, you know, piqued some interest. We also happened to do a number of interviews that were published at the same time, which I think answered some tough questions about the socioeconomic position, let's say the tariffs and all that, but also what we plan to be doing down the road, which this presentation gave. So I think that those kind of things maybe all kind of came together at the same time. And, you know, it's good for us that people are taking interest in the company, which has always been the goal, is to, you know, get the name out there and, you know, have people understand exactly what we do as a company. And maybe that, you know, piques the interest of people down the road. But, you know, these webinars, the conference that I'll be attending in June in London. So these are, again, ways just to increase the exposure of our company.
And the stock did have a nice move the past couple of weeks. I think it was in the ones up to the threes yesterday. It looks like it pulled back a bit yesterday, but it's sort of broken out of that range in the 110 to 180 range, and, you know, it's in the twos and threes over the past few days. So we're seeing a bit of life in the stock and a little bit of upward momentum. So maybe these efforts are starting to be reflected in in a higher share price and greater trading volume. All right. We won't keep you too much longer, Martin. There's a lot of questions that have come in. Just one more of a fun, maybe anecdotal question. The question is, how did you come to, to FingerMotion? How did you meet the, and maybe a little bit about your background and how you became CEO?
Sure. So some of the, people that are close to the founder, Andy Cho, kind of recommended me for this position back in, it was 2017. We met, had a couple of conversations, and I was taken on as CEO in the end of 2018. My background is I was with PricewaterhouseCoopers, or Pricewaterhouse back then, so kind of dating myself. But I was with them for about 10 years. Then I ran, because I'm in Canada, I'm in Vancouver, so we have a lot of mining here. So I was the COO and CFO of a mining parts company here for another 10 years. And we're supplying mining parts, in essence, to some of the oil sands in northern Canada and the diamond mines in northern BC. So I was kind of, in essence, helping run that company. And then I kind of started a pharmaceutical company, pharmaceutical distribution company here in Western Canada, and ran that for about 4 or 5 years before I was tapped to run in FingerMotion. So the experience is, both public and private, certainly on the financial side. I am a CPA because when I was with Pricewaterhouse, I primarily focused actually on U.S. tax, high net worth, foreign earned income exclusions, tax planning, all that sort of stuff. And so that kind of led me to getting a U.S. CPA designation. And that's how I kind of came to be here.
Great. Thanks, Martin. And then last question, unless more come in. When will, and I don't know if you can answer this or not, but when will revenues start coming in from Munich Re? And is it Pacific Life? Or maybe it means Munich Re and Pacific Life?
Yeah. So like I said, the InsurTech side, or Sapienta side, has been churning for a couple of years. And I talk about big companies, Munich Re certainly being one of them. We have really good products, I think, that we've kind of presented to them. And again, insurance companies like to be comfortable. They almost want that 100% certainty. And my guess is, their actuaries are talking with our data scientists all the time, seeing how we can fine-tune the data that we're providing them. We're just as eager to obviously get that monetizable product out there as soon as we can. But again, it seems to be on their timeline, which I understand to some degree. But we do have some good products out there, so hopefully we'll get some revenues going out of that division as soon as we can.
Great. Thanks, Martin. Well, a lot of questions. Those are all the questions that have come in. I feel like we should give Martin a little break and let him get back to his day. But if there's anyone that really wants to ask a final question or anything that hasn't been asked, quickly put it into the chat box. Otherwise, we'll let Martin make some closing remarks and let him get on with his day.
And I will add that if they have any questions, they can certainly reach out to you as well at Skyline, and they can pass those questions on to me, and I'd be happy to answer them.
Yep. No question, but just a comment. The comment is just keep up the amazing work, Martin. We appreciate you.
Try my best, fingers crossed. But I want to thank you, everyone, for jumping on this. This is, a bigger crowd than I think we've had in the past. So it's nice to see that there's good interest in our company. Just so you know, the team is working hard, working our asses off for everybody. We focus. I think I mentioned this before. We put our head down. We really just kind of get to work and see what we can do to provide what's best for our shareholders and potential investors. So thank you, everybody, for your support. We're very grateful for it, and we'll keep working hard for all of you.
And thank you, Martin. Thank you, Owen, and thank you all to the attendees today for joining the Skyline Signature Series webinar featuring FingerMotion Incorporated. And the company is traded on the NASDAQ Stock Exchange under ticker symbol FNGR And their website, again, is www.fingermotion.com. We hope you will continue to follow the company's story. Please reach out to a member of the Skyline team if you would like further information or have further questions on FingerMotion. Please continue to follow the company's press releases, conferences, and upcoming corporate developments and milestones. Please also join us for future Skyline Signature Series events. There are a lot of new folks on the webinar today, so feel free. We have these a couple times a month. Feel free, folks, to register for additional upcoming events, which we will announce via press releases and or through our Skyline social media channels. Again, thank you all. It was a great turnout for joining today's webinar. Hope you all enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of your week. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, we're done. I think I ruined my phone. Oh no, it's just the plastic cover. All right, that's it. My initial reaction is that guy could make a date with Britt Eklund boring. You guys don't know who Britt Eklund was, but I'm sure she was no great catch. So my reaction to what we just heard, I'll go down quickly. I think the story is tightening up, which is good. He focused on just 4 things, which is, it's fewer than like the 6 or 7 they had before. SMS, obviously, he provides a service to the bigger acquirers because he gets a discount. He can sell it at a discount, so that's good. And the top up. He talked about Sapientus, the data and the laboratories, I guess, and that's the future upside. But it sounds like it's slow as you work through with the insurance companies. And then he talked about, I don't know how to pronounce this. He called it Daga app, but I think it's Jiju app. This lifestyle thing. I'm not a big fan of that, but they must have done their marketing and their analysis. And he described that. That's a lifestyle app. And that has upside if it catches fire. And then the big thing he said is the C2 contract. It's mandated by the Chinese government that every hilltop, every how does that speech go? Every hilltop, every valley, every hamlet has to have this service. No one asked, is it really the entire country and is it really exclusive to Finger? But that's all right. That's all right. It's not a big deal. One thing he said that I admit my bias is trying to be positive, but he said he cannot comment on a big partnership out of Asia, and I may have paraphrased that question. He said he can't comment. Now, it could be he can't comment and there's nothing there, but what if he can't comment and there's something there? That's, it's a little speculative upside. The path to profitability sounded a little sketchy, so I don't expect fourth quarter to be profitable. That's too bad, but I don't think anyone really believed it. He said that the key drivers to profitability are the emergency response program and then the Sapientus. So we'll see. That's good. It was interesting to me that he's emphasizing not being China-centric and moving into Southeast Asia. You know, it's funny, a lot of Chinese are moving to Southeast Asia too. I don't think that's a new message. However, he's highlighting it more. My interaction, they've always wanted to get to Southeast Asia. And China does a lot of business in Southeast Asia. The Chinese, sorry, not China, the country. The Chinese expats, maybe, or the ones that come and go. So it's a logical thing. I wish someone had asked, and I didn't want to disengage and type. I wish someone had asked. He said that the ERP is a 5 to 7 year total program, which I thought was a good question. But I wish someone had highlighted, is there ongoing revenue from providing the uplink? I don't know the answer. But that might be an interesting upside to the story. He did discuss that he did a registered direct offering with Roth Capital in December, and that they are calling all the time, ready to do another one. I don't know how to judge that. On the positive, I think he wants to be careful, and I think that's a good CEO. He wants to be careful with the short selling. I thought his whole answer to the short selling question was very good. And then let me just see if I had one more thing. Yeah, audit almost complete. So, and he gave a date, May 29th, May 30th. So we know. And it's always the repetitive questions about the dividend, the audit, and all that. I get it. But a lot of this stuff just takes time. And I did like hearing that the cycle of acquire, assemble, I guess, deliver could reduce from the 90 to 120 day period to as low as 60 days. That's good. Anyway, those are my reactions. There's a conference I want to go to in June, but I might try to go to that conference, invite myself in London. We'll see. Let me see if there's I'm trying to look up the prices. There we go. I'm signed out. I guess because I did the Zoom call, I'm signed out. So let me see what the prices are, and then I'll answer questions. Finger is up. All right, the 5 I have here, DJT is up 41 cents. GME is up 16 cents at 26. But let's get into the meat of it. Finger is up 20 cents, 21 cents to $3.20. Nixie's down 2 cents. G-Bucks is down 41. Let's see if there's anything else to look at. Let's just go to Finger. Finger is 380,000 shares, 319 by 320. High on the day, 320, so it's trading at its highs. And the low on the day, 293, so it recovered sharply from that. So take that to the criminals. it wasn't altogether clear that he's going to do a financing right away. So that might be part of the reason that the stock's up, although I still would put odds on it. Anyway, let's go. Do you mind if I go to the bottom and go backwards, because that was a long call. So I'm going to go to the last in, first out method here. Martin pulled an Adam Aaron on us. No evidence of manipulation. I don't know about that. CEOs are in a tough spot. Their lawyers tell them it's not going on. The regulators tell them it's not going on. Their bankers tell them it's not going on. The board, it's all people that went along, got straight A's, and they don't challenge it. It's a bunch, that's what they're up against. And at the same time, they have to be reasonable if they're going to raise money. So I don't think he pulled an Adam Aaron. I think you're totally overreacting. Adam Aaron, I don't even remember. Who is Popcorn? He's AMC. AMC has a well-known business model, borrow a lot of money, put seats out there in theaters, and do the latest Marvel comic book or the Renee Zellweger movie. Sell popcorn, sell sugar and water in the form of Coca-Cola, and see if you can make money. That's different. I don't think he's pulled an Adam Aaron. I really don't. Finger's borrow rate, wow, up to 120%. So something might be going on in the background. Finger is, let me put it over here so I can keep you updated. Finger is trading at 320, 319, 320. Volume now 381,000. So that's showing some strength. Adam made that same observation. Stacks is saying, did Martin say that Roth Capital was already asking for another deal? He did. He said they're banging on their door. So what I liked in his answer is he's not fawning all over whatever they offer. So look, I'm reading tea leaves. There may be other sources of capital that he has access to. His answer to that question about, I'm paraphrasing, about a partner out of Asia, he said, I can't answer that. It's possible. It may just be that he can't answer it either way, but it's possible that maybe there's a competing offer that's better for us than Roth Capital, or maybe he'll end up negotiating a better deal with Roth Capital than what happened last time. I liked his demeanor when he answered that question, and it leads me to believe that should something happen with them, it's not going to be at such a severe haircut destruction as the last time. I think Roth Capital did a shitty job the last time, and I think maybe now they got to kiss and make up and do a better job, and maybe we'll see that. On the other hand, I'm glad Finger took the money in December, because we wouldn't be where we are now if they hadn't. It's an art, not a science. There's no one perfect way of doing things, but if you're consistently trying to do your best, you get there, and I think Martin's doing that. Let me just keep going upward before I come backward. doesn't make sense. I bought 15 shares of G-Bucks today. That's kind of cool. G-Bucks at 3. Well, we can talk about G-Bucks, but I think we covered it at the beginning. I think it's a short window. The dividend is a 10% dividend. Whoever is buying 30% of G-Bucks, I think has a tremendous incentive to agree the deal before the record date of that dividend. Why? Because if they don't, they're missing out on a 10%. If they do it beforehand, they earn 10% more shares. If they wait, it's a haircut on their deal. And so I think that's the fuse. And the way G-Bucks trades, it really could have, we never know which one goes, but G-Bucks could go, so to speak. But anyway, it's a simple story. It's not worth going over and over and over again. We need the 10K to be filed. Well, Justin, it's not what we need, and it's not our impatience, and it's not our banging on the countertop. Do you know who I am? I do it now. It's a process. And that process takes forever. It's a bunch of bureaucrats, probably a chick that needs her vacation, and she'll come back when she'll waddle around and come back and get it done. I have this picture in my mind of a middle-aged, short, overweight accountant, but maybe she's young and whatever, but she's the auditor's working on her own schedule. She's not working on your demands. On the other hand, what the positive of that is that the marketplace and we can be probably reasonably assured that it's not a slapdash job to get the audit done. It's done with deliberation. The market will accept it as accurate. So, but that's just life. It's just life in the slow lane. Warning, cost to borrow jumped from 80 to 120. That's amazing. The stock is 319 to 320. The volume is 383. Justin, they will need to raise money. Well, if you've been listening here, Justin, it's something that I've addressed many times. It's just logical. Not that I am logical. The thought process is logical, and I happened to think of it. I'm not saying I'm logical. So they have to raise money. The two questions are when. There were 3 questions: when, for what, and how. It's probably the whole series of questions: who, what, where, when, why, and how. Yes. So Justin's decided to be negative. Well, all right. You guys can listen to Justin. He might be a shill. I thought the interview was excellent. The interviewer is one of those guys that, I don't know, I kind of wish I could be a guy like that. Just go through life, enjoy life, don't expect a lot out of it. I find it so boring, but there's a lot of people like that. They don't have the highs and lows, and they don't have the. Anyway, he did a competent job. He did his job, and I thought Martin did a very it was a strong interview by Martin. But Justin, you're welcome to your thoughts. If you're short finger and you're trying to get people to sell their position, I would just put out there to those people that I thought Martin did a very good job on the interview. I thought it was an excellent interview. And if you're in the stock for one interview where the CEO is constrained as to what he can really say in terms of positives, and shills can always bring in fear, uncertainty, and doubt, I don't think I'd rely on Justin's reaction for your decisions, but it's up to you. It's up to you. Borrow rate 120. Thank you, and F you, Lind. Yeah, Lind is a bunch of shitheads. Crooks, algos trained to lower finger price to 245 at market close tomorrow. I don't know how you know that. And you could be right. Based on what Martin said, prior to this interview, I might have agreed with you that it could, to be blunt, I might have agreed with you that Roth Capital would come in with a 245, 250 financing, and Martin would take it. I didn't get that reaction today. I think, number one, he doesn't seem urgent about taking something from Roth Capital, and I don't think he's going to do it at, fire sale prices. So I'm not positive you're right. But there's no question that the short sellers and the bad guys, algorithmic selling, they're going to try to punish the stock. I mean, they do it in every single stock. But I think Martin did an excellent interview with Skyline, with the Skyline series today. This is our short squeeze. Thank you, pinned Lartners for making it happen. If Trump said anything about his message, it would have been all over the world in seconds. Well, I don't know. Depends on how the media covers it. Trump says a lot of things the media never covers. I tend to listen to the full 20 minutes, half an hour of when Trump is asked questions. A lot of people like Lou might tune in to CNN and catch the edited 15 seconds. I don't think everything Trump says gets around the world. But anyway, it's just an opinion. Are you going to listen? No, I'm not going to. I didn't know Ham was having a call. Ham doesn't tell me he has calls anymore. He just does them directly onto Twitter. He does it with Giannis and with Kristen. It's fine, but Ham doesn't let me know when he's doing a call. He's his own free agent. It's action, and he's doing it. He's welcome here anytime, but I didn't know about the call. It may be that he thinks everything he puts on Twitter I see. I don't follow Twitter. I every now and then, but I don't engage very much in Twitter anymore because the shills come on and I react to it, and it's just, I decided to just put my energies here. So no, I'm not going to be on Ham's call. I hope you are. I hope everybody here goes and listens to Ham. Ham did not tell me he was going to have a call. He was welcome. I would be glad to call in, or put it here. I just didn't know about it. So if Ham wants me to be on his calls or have his calls here, he has to let me know. But if he doesn't, I can't do anything about it. And I don't think it's, I don't think it's a sign of any trouble. It's just a guy moving forward hard, and that's it. So you can listen. I hope you're listening to Ham's call right now, but you can also listen to a tape of that call. You can come back here and listen to all this later on. Julie, thanks. Did Trump make his big announcement yet? Well, let's see what it is. I saw that he implied there was going to be a big announcement. Let's see if there's any information on that. I'm looking. I don't see announcement from Trump. He may have made one and they just didn't put it out. Um, 133 Cardinals entered the Sistine Chapel as the vote gets underway. I wonder if it'll be Pizzaballa. I don't think those leading candidates out of Europe are going to get enough votes. The guy from the Philippines could, and certainly one of the three African cardinals could. I think the Bonga, that's the one I think could get it. I just think the favorites might not get to 2/3. But I gave you my choice. Pierre Battista Pizzaballa. He's too young. That's what's... he's too young. I don't see anything that Trump announced. Let me try one more place. Hang on, there might be a big announcement. Wow. President Trump has announced plans to rename the Persian Gulf. The 47th president is expected to officially change the name during his trip to Saudi Arabia. The Trump administration is expected to rename the Persian Gulf the Arabian Gulf, or the Gulf of Arabia. Ooh, that's going to be controversial, but that's how to keep the Saudis. Anyway, so maybe that was his big announcement. Going to call the Persian Gulf the Arabian Gulf, or the Gulf of America. Sorry, Gulf of Arabia. Hey, John. They have to wait for the audit. That's right. That's right. All right, so McDermott's here to be negative. Just another CEO stringing holders along. God, I don't know. Are you a complainer or a doer? If you're a doer, a producer, a creator, it's tough. And yes, CEOs have to keep their shareholders, as you put it, stringing them along. But I think you're a spoiled brat if you think that stocks should, the instant you buy them, triple your money. Otherwise, you feel strung along. Amazon, as an example, came out of the gate and then went down forever, losing money. And if you felt strung along, you missed out on one of the great investment stories of your time. Facebook came out at, I think, $38, went down to $21. And you could make all those statements. So you're not made for investing. There are ups and downs, and there's a lot of delayed gratification. There's a lot of compromising on the way to your horizon. That's why it's important to listen and not react. This guy's a shill. Warrants for shareholders pulled. Yes, he said it was pulled. That's old news. But he said it's lined up. As soon as the board gets together, they're going to have a vote and reestablish it. But the reason the warrants were pulled, as you put it, is because the application at the SEC went stale, and one of the reasons was the auditor resigned. FingerMotion had nothing to do with that. And they needed 2 years of audit to get reestablished with the SEC to save money. They decided as time went by to do the 24 and 25 audits would be the 2 audits. So it's going to be May 29th. And then he'll reestablish the dividend. You're just being a pill. I hope you're caught short. I really do hope you're caught short. Hey, pilot to the moon. No divvy. What the fart? He said it was coming and not. That's not right. You know what, McDermott? You got a small brain. As my grandfather used to say, you have a brain the size of half a hollowed out pea. He admitted a naked short. Yeah, it sounded that way. This guy sounds so freaking enthusiastic. I'm getting excited. Fingers hit. Oh, let's look at the price. 320. No, 318.6, 315, 320, 297,000 shares. Martin is on. I know. I had it all set up, and just as I went on, it's like they attacked it, and my phone went off, or I did something wrong. I mean, it's always possible I did something wrong. I might have hit the power button. See, maybe it was me. All right, so I'm going to go down to the bottom, and if Ham's call's over, welcome back. Let us know what Ham said. Now he's going to call the Atlantic Ocean the big, beautiful ocean. The big, beautiful ocean. Ace said Trump is making a big announcement on Monday. Well, I assume that you're hoping it's something to do with gold. It's possible that he could reprice the gold we have, but I don't think so. I think it's too soon. He's got to coordinate all that with the banks. It could have been this. It could be that he's got a peace agreement with Russia. I mean, it's not worth speculating, but I guess Ace would know. So let's wait until Monday and see what it is. Bam said Algo was showing it's possible. I don't look, the algos on the sell side use the same Fibonacci numbers and all that. I don't know what's magical about 245. I can't remember. If it's a breakout, you heard it here for months that this stock was going to have a bit of that breakout and then selling back to test the breakout, you know, backing and filling, and it's all good. I don't know, David. Maybe the algos know what they're talking about. I don't know. I don't know how to comment. I don't talk to any of the algos. I don't know what that means. China will be our 58th state. Since Ham posted the borrow rate this AM, yeah, Ham, where do I go to listen to Ham's call? Look, Ham believes everybody reads his posts on Twitter. So I think if you want to stay in touch with Ham's calls, you have to subscribe to his Twitter or alert. Where is he on Twitter? I have no idea. It changes all the time. So what I suggest is you go to Twitter, you put in the search column $ or hashtag FNGR, or both, $FNGR, comma, hashtag FNGR. Then you're going to get up a whole list of entries. And I think you're going to find that 60, 70% of all those conversations are started by a guy named Ham Shorts or Ham Short Killer or I Am Ham the Hamster. There you'll see Ham's entries. Then you can follow him and he will always give you an update. The number to dial into for Ham's calls never changes. Time changes, but the number never changes. Of course, I can't find it right now. Oh, here it is. Here it is. The number is 425-436-6326. 425-436-6326. The code is 376-64634. 376-6434. Phone number 425-436-6326, and then 376-2434. Sorry, I can't read backwards. It's the number, I'll read it out. The number is 425-436-6326, and then the code is 376-6434. You follow Ham on Twitter, and as soon as he puts a post that says he's going to have a call, you line yourself up and you dial in on 425-436-6326, and you put in the code 376-6434. Ham says it's at 120. Space Cowgirl paying 120. He even said London. What is that? Okay, he said London. I did like when Martin said that that he had. Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's tremendous. Jerome Greenberg, Space Cowboy, you just admitted to a felony in writing. Wow, Jerome, let me see what he said. Some people call me the Space Cowboy. Doo-doo. Some people call me Maurice. If the counterfeit, I don't know what that says, Space Cowboy is going down. If it comes between the good guys and Space Cowboy, brother, you're going down. When we release the data, will you admit to getting paid, William? I'm trying to understand. We just listened to a promotional service called Skyline something or other. And they get paid. Over the years, I've told you, Space Cowboy, well, not you, because you're an asshole, but I've told everyone that from time to time, I have received some cash. I don't know the structure of it, but it's, barely enough to it's very small, and it's sporadic, and it doesn't. I don't know. People help me out. Different people have sent me money. One gentleman just died. He sent me money after listening here. People donate here sometimes, but am I going to give you a audited trail of it all? I doubt it. All I can tell you, Space Cowboy, I make less doing this than you do by punishing shareholders. And in fact, by doing this, I live pretty much hand to mouth. I mean, I haven't looked it up, but I think I lost 120 grand in FingerMotion when the movie was happening. It's been very expensive for me, Space Cowboy. So I politely tell you to go fuck yourself. When is the record date? It's next week. I don't know exactly. Makes it so easy to connect to Wi-Fi and find out who's been paying who to flat out pump stocks. Well, it's interesting. It's interesting. I wonder if they can find out that you've been receiving kickbacks and that you're part of racketeering. I don't know. I guess you're saying that it's my responsibility to show people my bank statements and all that. I'm not against it. There's nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide. But I would probably get the advice of an attorney first, because I don't know what implications, but I don't know what your accusing Space Cowboy. Let me be clear. Martin, for example, in this interview, said that it's been his experience that all research is paid for. All financing on Wall Street is paid for. All promoting on Wall Street is paid for. All shilling and collusion and fudstering is paid for. And Space Cowboy, you point one finger at me, 3 fingers are pointing back at you. You're being paid. And you're a scumbag. I don't know what I am, but I'm not a scumbag. As far as your allegations are concerned, I'm not. I don't know. People have given me money, but it's not necessarily for anything. I don't know what it's for. So I'm not going to make a commitment, but I'll maybe what I'll do is get an accountant to go through my bank statements for the last, I don't know, 5 years and share them with you. And maybe I'll go through my securities accounts and show you my losses, just so an asshole like you can be satisfied as you come on and pretend to have a high moral standard. These players should invest in people to keep their technology free from exploitation. Laughing my fucking ass out. These players should invest in people to keep their technology free from exploitation. Well, if you find something in my technology, I'm an open book. I'm an open book. I'm not proud of everything in my life, but I'm an open book. You don't even fucking give anybody your name, and you wear a hood. As far as I'm concerned, you're a coward and a bully and an asshole. Low volume. For all the pumping. You're the pumper, dude. You work with the pumpers. The pumpers at Lynn Partners, the pumpers at Benchmark, the pumpers at the Toad. You're the pumper and you're the dumper. So I'm not going to repeat, but on the other hand, go screw yourself. The receipts, the accounting receipts. Finally, we have the data, the accounting. I don't know what you're talking about. But I feel like jumping being in place. Space Cowboy, you're the pumper. You're the pumper and dumper. Excellent questions on the call. They were your questions. Good job. Good job, Steve. You are all on watch. We are close. The house of cards is coming down. I would take this seriously, guys. The last time I got a lot of threats on my phone, both to my well-being and I think to my life, these kind of threats, they did get the stock down. So you got to factor that into your thinking. You are a bunch of pumpers leading sheep to slaughter. I don't agree with your characterization. I think you are the slaughterhouse, and you work in the dark. You work with the Toad out of Toronto. You work with Lynn Partners. You work with people in Germany, Panama, and elsewhere. You are the person that is leading CEOs and shareholders to slaughter. And you gloat about it, which in my book makes you a coward, makes you a punk, and makes you lower intentionally. I mean, you're here, you can be a human being who does good, but intentionally you decide to be evil. Ham short killer, that's a threat. So you're making a threat. You're a scumbag. Martin pulled an, all right, so now I can go back down to the bottom. The counterfeiters' time is running out and they know it. Yeah, I think something's up. The stock's 312 to 318, 414,000 shares today. Let's look at some of the other prices just in case something's green. DJT's green, GME's green, NIX is flat, G-Bucks is red. Let's see what's happening at Nixie. 167 to 171, 218,000 shares. Nothing too exciting. He's an obvious shill. All right, block him. You're wasting your comments that make, yeah, thank you, Deacon Blues. They call me Deacon Blue. They have a name for the boozers in the world. And they call me Deacon Blue. You've always been open and honest about accepting donations to you. You don't have, yeah, exactly. I don't know how to. Nunya, I've admitted that I don't have the money for it, but I need an attorney to write up a disclosure that covers everything. I don't have that. But, you know, there was, anyway, rather than make mistakes, I'm not going to try to reconstruct it by memory. But, you know, I take it a lot that I take it as a blessing that I've been helped out along this journey. When I started, I had one goal. Actually, I had a couple of goals. One was to stand with Ham early, 5 years ago, when it seemed like he had 12 people on his calls. I was just trying to help out. But the other was, I felt like the Fudsters were bullies picking on, you know, it'd be like walking into a playground. If I saw a bully, I'd go do something about it. I never thought it'd take this long. And I haven't been pumping stocks. I try to educate. I try to tell you what I think might happen, but I also try to tell you the risks. And I think, I don't know, 4 years ago, was it? When I was giving these huge potential projections, what if Finger behaved the way other short squeezes have? Those were big numbers. But everybody, these shills don't tell you, they were part of the collusion, and I'm sorry to his memory, but they paid off Lou, they paid off Frank Benedetto, and they paid off the CEO of COSM with the financing. They may have paid off Jeremy. I don't know. They may have paid off Reichman. I don't know. They may have paid off the fund out of Chicago. I don't know. They paid off there's a whole list. You've seen it all. And I believe FingerMotion was squeezing. I believe GTII was squeezing. But to that asshole, GTII went from 50 cents to $9. Now, an idiot like me, I got all caught up in all the, hey, it's squeezing, the Wall Street is buying them in. But one of my friends out of New York, who is much more level, he said, well, you had a chance to sell some of your stock, didn't you? And I look back on it, yeah, we all had a chance to take our money, our original investment off the table. GTII did a well, at least a 10x, but it might have been, depending on where you got in, it might have been a 20x. The hard part, as a friend of mine out of London, he always tells me, the hardest part is selling. And a lot of us, including me, made the mistake of not selling. And then the constant fight that CEOs and shareholders have against these cowards, they blame guys fighting. They blame the attempt to trade into that maelstrom. But I would submit this is a dangerous area to invest. It is a hard segment of the market to make money in. It's risky as hell. You can lose everything. But on the other hand, if you buy NVIDIA, it's risky. But what does NVIDIA give you if you're late to the game? You're up 20%, which is good. It's great. But for some reason in these stocks, when people are up 100%, 200%, 300%, that's not good enough. We all, and I'm talking about myself too, we all are hoping for some sort of dramatic short squeeze. So if you're playing in that pond, you also have to know, why is that available? Why is it available, the potential to have that upside? Part of it's the potential for a short squeeze. But I think I've been pretty open about my learning process. And over the last 3 weeks, I learned, let me see what Finger's doing. Finger's 314. I learned that the Clinton administration allowed the pooling of securities at the DTCC such that banksters could use those securities as collateral for their own gambles, their own bets, and their own profit making, their own fee making, their own loan making. And in other words, they could risk your securities to make their money. And if it failed, in comes Barack Obama to bail them out, or George W. Bush. This sucker's going down. Yeah, I don't know. But Wall Street gets paid to raise money. Wall Street gets paid to make recommendations. Wherever you get advice, they're paid. And I personally don't think that just because somebody is paid, that their advice is necessarily self-serving or somehow wrong-headed. This guy, whatever his real name is, he's getting paid, and he makes a hell of a living at what he's doing, and he thinks it's fun. But he knows he's breaking the law. He won't even give his real name. Thank you for support. We live you. Hey, I like anybody that lives me. Yeah, that's living in denial. I think that's right. I think that's right. My instinct is to just show everything. But frankly, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. I don't know, to put it simply, I think I had a big margin call on my life. And I'm in a different position today than I was just, I don't know, maybe it was 5 years ago, but it's probably just 3 years ago. And it's a little embarrassing. But, you know, I was talking to a friend of mine who's older than I am, and he's been through it. And he said, you know, it's not embarrassing. He was including me in his drive. He said, we're striver. He didn't use the word striver. He said reachers. We're reaching. We're trying to get things done. We produce. We take risks. And sometimes there's a downside to it. But I don't know how Space Cowboy can demand transparency when he has no transparency. You don't even know his name. And he works in the dark shadows of the internet. He's a total douchebag. Anyway, I stated something. Yay. Yay. I well stated something. 305 to 310. I wish I could play the song, but I can't. I'm afraid to. I don't know how people do it. There's people out there who play whole songs and talk about it. They never get in trouble. I told you about living in the US of A. Don't you know that I'm a gangster of love? Let me tell you, people, that I found a new way. And I'm tired of all this talk about love. And the same old story with a new set of words about the good and the bad and the poor. And the times keep a-changing, so I'm keeping on top of every bat cat who walks through my door. I never knew these words. I am a space cowboy. Bet you weren't ready for that. I am a space cowboy. I'm sure you know where it's at. Yeah. I was born on this rock. I've been traveling through space since the moment I first realized what you fast-talking cats would do if you could. You know I'm ready for the final surprise. There ain't no way around it. Ain't got nothing to say. That's gonna satisfy my soul deep inside. All the prayers and surveyors keep the whole place uptight. It's a lot of bad lyrics. Is that? I thought he said he's. I thought he's. All right, I'm going to look up the Joker. I've never heard the Joker lyrics. They call me Maurice. There it is. That's what I remember. Some people call me the space cowboy. Yeah. Some call me the gangster of love. Some people call me Maurice because I speak of the pompatus of love. People talk about me, baby. Say I'm doing you wrong, doing you wrong. Well, don't you worry, baby. Don't worry. 'Cause I'm right here, right here, right here, right here at home. I'm a picker, I'm a grinner, I'm a lover, and I'm a sinner. And I play my music in the sun. I'm a joker, I'm a smoker, I'm a midnight toker. I'm sure don't want to hurt no one. Whatever. I never was a toker or a midnight smoker. And I never got my lovin' on the run, but I liked the song. There was a woman, a young woman who I used to listen to that song with. Tell these haters, yeah, thank you, Cooper's Home. Do you think G-Bucks will rocket on the day of the dividend? No, I don't know. It's like I once, Aaron, I used to, when I was really young up in Vermont, we used to cross country ski. And I was young, so it's hard work, but I was always in the front. But some of the older people who are probably younger than I am now, there was a woman who, I forget her name, but I'm going to guess she was in her 40s. She had some gray in her hair. She could have been in her 30s. But literally, we're cross-country skiing in the woods, and literally, like the Robert Frost poem, she came to a fork in the road. And that group somehow was ahead of me. I forget why. Because, people would join up. But she came to a fork in the road. She had to, and no one was showing her which way to go. She had to choose. Do I go to the left or go to the right? And she had time. I mean, it's cross-country skiing. It's not like you're going that rapidly. But she was in the lead, and she had to choose left or right. And the track that had been sort of weighed down by other skiers came to the powder puff of snow where no one else had been, but the V went off, and she froze. She went right straight, and crash is the wrong word because the speed wasn't that bad, but she went directly into a big maple tree and screamed, and then everybody's laughing because she couldn't decide left or right. So she waited too long, and she went straight into this big maple tree. So that's kind of how I feel about G-Bucks. Is it going to go up or is it going to go down? Let me give you the negatives of G-Bucks. G-Bucks is a fully priced stock. All that news that's there, it's fully priced in the price of the stock. The market cap of G-Bucks, in my opinion, takes account for all the good news right now. On the other hand, well, let's go through the bad first. Then you've got the situation where they're doing a dividend, which is always a gimmick. They're doing a raise by having a large investor give up to all of the shares, it's not clear yet, of 30%. So the raise is huge. but it's not dilutive. Then they talk about putting that money into, I think they described in the press release, the manager's skill as real estate. Anyway, it's in the press release. But they're going to put the money into other people's hands to manage. And is that good or bad? Don't know. And then you're counting on a bunch of can't think of a word without a bad connotation. You're counting on a bunch of levers being pulled that's all of a sudden going to catch the short out and it's going to run. All right. To me, those are the negatives. What are the positives of G-Bucks? Well, one more negative. One more negative is, why the hell has it taken all this time to finalize the deal if it's such a solid deal? That should have been finalized 3 weeks ago. Anyway, those are the negatives. That's the left turn on my ski trip. The positives are they're not taking any financing from the criminals on Wall Street. It's a very low share number float. It's reported that the shorts are a couple of guys out of Boca Raton trapped. The financing is out of Abu Dhabi, not New York. The financing is coming into the company, and one of the largest shareholders is giving up their shares so that it's not dilutive. The story is pretty exciting when you read it. I don't understand it, but it ticks all the boxes. It's got the AI, it's got revenue growth, it's got margins, it's got kick-ass to it. And they also have this dividend, which on the negative I called a gimmick. On the positive, I think it can trap out the shorts. So what is your gamble on G-Bucks? Your gamble, your bet, your trade, to me, is it was running. It went to 12 before. People paid 12. People paid 10. I paid 8. It was running. Well, now it's 315. So the market cap is 336 million. It's cheap. So what's your risk reward from here? Well, the criminals try to bust deals, and it may have worked. It may have worked. But if the company can keep the announced transaction at the announced parameters, somebody is giving $212 million in cash for 30% of the company. I mean, Aaron, I'm sure you're better at arithmetic than I am. But if you take 212,500,000 and you divide it by 0.3, that's a $700 million market cap that shareholder is paying. Now, what the criminals do, and I've gone through this so many times, it bores me, but if you see frustration, it's because it bores me. I can't believe people are so dense, they don't get it. On the other hand, it's probably me that's the dunderhead because I'm not explaining it very well. When that deal was entered into, the stock was trading at these market caps. It was trading at $900 million market cap. They entered into that deal. So what's the criminal's job? They collude. They falsify documents. They lie. They commit wire fraud. They commit securities fraud. They sell stock that doesn't exist. They sell stock they have no intention of borrowing. They sell stock they have no intention of delivering. And what's one of their goals? Well, a company like G-Bucks has, because the SEC requires it, they've announced their game plan to the world out in the open. Here's what we're going to do. And one of the great things is we're raising money at this valuation. We're bringing in this deal. We're going to invest the money this way. But it's not final because we can't wait until it's final. The SEC requires us to announce that we're trying to sleep with this girl. We've taken her to dinner. We've gotten drinks. We're back at the apartment for an aperitif. She's gone and taken a shower. She's lying in the bed with just a negligee on. And before we can go in and consummate the deal, we've got to put out a press release. As soon as we put out that press release, the shorts are in there, and we're off on the balcony sending that out. The shorts are sending up Omar Sharif, Bradley Cooper, I don't know what names are hot guys. But we're enticing her with alternatives. By the time, the shorts are, by the time we come back to the boudoir, she goes, wait a minute, I don't want to do this. I've got, who's that guy, Shaw Monte, that played Bob Dylan? I can go see him. I've been scrolling. It's off. Let's call the whole damn thing off. That's what the shorts try to do. And right now, frankly, Aaron, this guy that's willing to put up $200 million for 30% of the company, based on the market cap, the criminals have driven the stock down by selling stock that does not exist. They've changed price discovery, and Adina Friedman doesn't care. Gary Gensler doesn't care. Robert Cook doesn't care. Chuck Cheese doesn't care. Nobody cares. There is no price discovery anymore. So now the investor looks on his screen and he sees the market cap at 300 million, and he's going to put up 200 million for 30%. You do the arithmetic. What's the stress that's going on in closing that negotiation? What's the stress? I think you can figure it out without me pointing it out. So then the criminals want that deal to break up. Then, sitting out on the balcony, what can I type into my Facebook? Hey, I'm about to consummate it with the hottest chick in New York. What if there is such a thing? And then all of a sudden I'm on the balcony. Yeah, She left with some other guy. That's where the company ends up. Hey, we had this deal. We were going to put it in this investment product and we were going to acquire these 3 companies. But the criminals, by destroying the price where there's no price discovery, it becomes a self-fulfilling crime. They come on here and say it's pump and dump. They dump and dump and dump and dump and dump and dump and dump without using toilet paper and without washing their hands. And then the deal breaks up. What does the company have? They need, not in this case though. I think the good news with G-Bucks, they don't need the money. They can survive. They want the money to put out this elegant strategy. But anyway, right now, that guy can put up $200 million and get 30% of the company that's worth $300 million. It doesn't sound, he should get 2/3 of the company. That's what the shorts want him thinking. That's the problem with this whole marketplace. And then these guys come on and say, oh, they're just pumping and dumping. They're the ones. It's so hard. So the right trail is that over the next week or so, that deal is going to get consummated and the company's going to be able to announce we're going to have, I'm making it up, 25 million a year in revenue. We're going to, from our investments, we're going to acquire this company, this company. Our revenue out of the Middle East and the MENA region is going to be this big. Our revenue worldwide is going to be this big. We haven't expanded the number of shares. We don't need any more money raised. And it blows the shorts out of the water. And then they have no way to cover. They get bought in and the stock goes to $150. That's the path to the right. The path to the left is the criminals have caused the bust of the agreement, and the company isn't going to have all these goodies, and the shorts are winning, and the shorts get it back down. Those are the 2 paths. Dead ahead is indecision. Dead ahead is the maple tree, and you got to choose. Because your time frame is next week. If you don't make a choice, maple tree. If you do make a choice, you may save. How much could you save by getting out here or not buying G-Bucks? Let's see. The stock is trading at $3.15. Well, the low on the year is 20 cents. The high on the year is $10. Could it go to 20 cents? I don't think that's likely. I think you've got big players. It becomes a question of how do they, I'm being on the negative side, how do they put all those how do they put Humpty Dumpty back together again? Well, the odds are the worst case is this guy comes in with 212 million and he asks for half or 75% of the company. And I don't know how many shares are out. I don't know. I would guess that your risk going to the left is It's a judgment call. I'd say $1.50, $1.25. So you can risk half your money. Well, let me put it differently. By going left, you can save half your money. You can risk $1.50. What's the return going right? If over the next 5 business days, they do get that deal done. It is done out of Abu Dhabi, and Goldman Sachs is in there, and they do get the announcement, they do merge, and they are able to make revenue projections, and they do have the dividend coming, and it's all announced in the short period of a week. I'll use Ham's number because I think it's possible in a short squeeze. In a squeeze, $150. So you risk $1.50, you can see 150 to the upside. Obviously, you're not going to wait that long. You certainly, I think, can see it go back to $8, $9, $10, $15. Let's use that. Your risk is $1.50. Your upside is $15, and you will know by the end of next week. I'm not saying it's going to move by then. I'm saying that you'll know about that deal being completed. To me, that's as long as you want to be in G-Bucks. So I think the risk here is $1.50, could be more. The upside, I'm going to say it's $12. But I'm not saying wait for all of that. It could be a lot more. Ham could be right. It could go to well over 100. There is a potential for a short squeeze in G-Bucks. But if you keep worrying it and you don't like it, get the hell out. There is risk in G-Bucks. There's risk that it's just all manipulation, all a story. On the other hand, and there's the risk the deal falls apart. On the other hand, there's huge reward. You've got a lot of people buying it. You know that, as Tam says, they're going to, after Finger, they're going to come around. They might come around before. But asking the same question every day isn't going to change my answer. And it shouldn't change your situation. I don't get it. You want action. Well, if you're addicted to action, go to the casino. I don't think anything's happening with G-Bucks this week. I don't think anything's happening with Finger this week. I don't think anything's happening with Nixie this week. I don't think anything's happening with Railtown this week. So take a break. Go to the casino. Next week could be fun. And G-Bucks could be the one. G-Bucks could be the one. I don't know. I do think we're running out of time to buy our silver, but no one wants to hear that story. Ham basically said he heard a rumor that the assholes will start getting bought in when the cost to borrow reaches 100. Let's see if that's happening. I mean, Finger, it's a lot of volume, Cooper's Human. It's almost 500,000 shares. The stock is up 309 to 311. It's, maybe 230 is the buy-in time. We'll see. I'll try to stay on till 4 o'clock now that I've been on till 2:20. And we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'll stay on. Ham had 2 calls today. So he doesn't tell me about his call, so I don't. I don't know if that's a message to me. I don't know if he's pissed off with me. I don't know. I don't think so. I just think he now knows how to get to you and 800,000 people on Twitter, and he might as well do it that way. So, that's a good point, Sandman. The stock is, they always, darn it. I don't know what's going on. So the rumor on Monday was about the shorts. Just a rumor. Don't hold your breath. Ham has been bumped off of X again? No, I haven't heard that. Can you or Ham answer if we do tell them, rat bastards, not to lend out our shares, what's stopping them from still doing it? I can't answer that question. I've been thinking about it for about 3 weeks, a little longer maybe, after I found out that administration changed CC Section 8 such that I'll just give you 3 sentences out of it, because I don't know if you heard me before, but I want to give you the reference. Taking it up. The financial system uses all securities as collateral. The banks do. They call it collateral management. They pool all assets, stocks, bonds, and other financial assets into a central depository, the DTC, and they lend it out, lend it out. And this sets up extensive collateral chains. In other words, it's like Bugsy Siegel in that movie with Warren Warren as the actor, and Annette Bening as his sidekick. Warren Beatty as the actor. He got into trouble building the Sands, so he sold the same shares in the bathroom. He sold them over and over again. He ended up with some daylight in his head at the end of the movie. That's what Wall Street does, but you'll see it's legal. This guy won't bring it. He blames it on the paper crunch in the late 60s, whatever. But they changed Article 8 in 1994. They revised Article 8 of the Uniform Commercial Code in the United States. This effectively this did transfer ownership of securities to the central depository. And it stripped you of direct property rights. They introduced the concept of quote unquote securities and entitlements, which replaced direct ownership of securities. You just have an entitlement to your pro rata share of whatever's in the pool, but you don't own the securities. And those securities can be claimed as collateral for whatever bet Goldman Sachs wants to make, or Fidelity, or Stevie Cohen, or Space Cowboy wants to make through a stock loan desk, and they get first claim. So rehypothecation, he calls it reused collateral. I call it fraud. This is what lies at the heart of it. They can lend out the same security as many times as they can get away with. I've told you that I think what's going on is they're trying to replicate the fractional reserve banking system into a fractional reserve securities / securities custodial system. It doesn't work, and they should disclose it. The Federal Reserve acknowledged that investors do not have rights attaching to particular securities in the pool. Instead, they hold only a pro rata claim to a collective securities pool, which makes creditors, you don't want to be unsecured. That's not good. Rather than having outright ownership, investors are granted a contractual claim that allows financial institutions to prioritize their own interests. And this double D is telling you to leave your MMTLP and not go get real ownership. You can go get real ownership because they want to keep this confusing sleight of hands going. And he's paid for it, or promised to be paid. If there's a crisis, the first rights to your securities would go to the secured creditors first. That's the other side of the derivatives. That's the derivative contracts. Steve Cohen, whoever lent the certificates to Space Cowboy. Not to you. I have to look it up, but the governor from New Jersey started his own firm. He was from Goldman Sachs. He didn't start his own firm. He took over one. I think it was RFM, RMF, RF Global, RAM Global, something like that. And he took it all down on a bad bet. But he used as collateral his clients' securities. It took 2 years for people to get their money back. They never got the securities back. They just got money back. Anyway, Brian, in that situation, I can't tell how it works. There's no question there seems to be stress to buy in, because you do, on the other hand, have securities laws. I should get that. But before you sell stock, before Space Cowboy sells stock, he has to locate it first in writing. And instead, he just lies to the market maker. Oh, yeah, we got it. Okay, good enough. So I don't know the answer to your question, and I don't know how to find out the answer. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. You tried to warn me. I know. I love it when you sing. No joke. I can't sing. I know I can't sing, but I don't have much choice. I tried to warn you, so I know I am behind. Why do you pay attention to these clowns? Thank you, Stax, and thank you, David. Holding 3+. Alan from Almeida, you could easily solicit regular donations, have energy. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I just, some of the premise that guy makes is false. Everybody on Wall Street, everybody that gives you a recommendation, including that guy, gets paid for it. Everybody gets paid for it. So it's just it's a non-starter. The only advice you should accept is something, I mean, if you were to find somebody not getting paid, like the ditch digger, and I like ditch diggers, they're muscular. My dad had to do it up in Albany, New York. A waiter or a Uber driver, they have no money and they're giving advice, a shoe shine. That's usually by the time they have advice for you, the game's over. So you want somebody that, I don't know. His thinking is really screwy. But he's doing his best to keep his crime going, is my opinion. Thank you, Aaron. That's a nice, what? I wish I could give it to my dog. There's a book here. I want to move on to other stories. A book by Adam Barata about gold. And listen to his dedication. In loving memory for Buddy, who loved with all of his being, you will forever live it inside our hearts. That's lucky. That was lucky. That was lucky. I've been buying one-share tickets about to reverse split since June. Oh, they rounded up. That's interesting. That's a good strategy. It's too complicated for me. Several of those guys made significant money to dupe their audience. Look at a guy like Genius Brants. Look at a guy like Gus Fliakos, the CEO of Cosmo. I mean, come on. Most recently, recommendation to sell Mayfinger calls on Monday was personally profitable. Yay! And you know what, Alan? I don't know if you sold them covered or you just got out of your long position, but you could, I mean, if you want, if you believe it's going to trade up, you can reestablish it or close the covered call position. I wouldn't do that. I don't think anything's going to cause Finger to go up this week. I really don't. It's not because I'm against Finger. It's Finger, G-Bucks, Nixie, any stock you put out there. I personally think any good news will happen next week. That's different than saying there could be buy-ins. Buy-ins could happen at any time. But at this point, I think I would just wait through this weekend, see what it looks like Monday. I kind of feel that way for next week as well. So I would just sit on your profit, let the next week and a half go by, and see what it's like the Monday for the June calls. And they'll be cheap. You could probably buy some if you believe it's going to go up. Listening to Martin today on Finger, the three things impressed me. One is sort of a trend in the right direction. He's really tightened up his story. He's addressing the China issue. He's keeping the story simple. He's talking about how it's going to be profitable. That was great. I think his discussion of the Roth Capital coming in for a registered, what do they call it? A registered direct offering, just a name for their crime. I liked his answer. It may be that he's got some strength, so he doesn't have to take a destructive deal, which I think December's was. And I also think he should have taken that deal. At that point, he had to act. We all come to that fork in the road where the left or the right, but right ahead is a maple tree. Sometimes you just make your choice, and I can still remember that woman. She hit the tree, her skis split. She hit the tree, then she fell backwards, and the skis fell off at least on one side. And she was screaming, and she was in shock. And all the men hustled up to her, and then they talked about it the rest of the morning. But she just burst out laughing. Anyway, and then I made sure I was in the front for the rest of the morning. The one thing about being in the front, you don't have to rely, because the cross-country skiing, you couldn't get out of the trail. You didn't have to rely. When you're in the front, you don't have to rely on anybody else's decision-making. That's how I always saw it. So what was I saying about, the calls? I think you should just book the win and be happy with it, and take the risk of seeing what happens. Be the last week of May, see what happens for the June calls. But that's kind of how I see it. It's always risky not being in, but I don't see any fundamental thing happening for any of our stocks till next week. It's harder to say on the buy-ins, because that comes out of nowhere. And the other two things that are hard to say for G-Bucks, if they're working on getting that big deal done, those guys, they're in Abu Dhabi. They could announce anytime. I hate to be a little bit cautionary, but if Roth Capital keeps banging on the door, and Martin turns down this deal, that deal, but finally they bang on the door and said, all right, we'll do it here, he might take it, and that could happen anytime. But I don't think Finger or Nixie or G-Bucks, they may not do any. I'm not saying it won't, but tomorrow's Thursday. What CEO is going to put out a dramatic news story on Thursday or Friday? I'm just getting ready to have a long weekend before good events. So anyway, that's just explaining my thoughts. Cost to borrow 120. Is the presentation done? Yeah. I don't know anything about AMC, but if you want to make a bet on Adam Aaron crashing the stock, that's something I'll look, now that you mention it, later in the night, or tomorrow morning, I'll look for that. The new market cap on G-Bucks deal is higher. I know. I think I was just trying to explain to you how the thinking of the criminals is good CEOs and good teams can fight against it. And I think G-Bucks might be one of those situations where they fight against it. Because by definition, if the investor honors the deal he agreed, that stock could, I should have done that arithmetic. What price would that imply that he's paying per share? Probably $6 or $7 a share. The fact is, if he gets it done at that level, and they can, it's possible if they do all the good things, his stock could be worth $14, $21 a share. I'm making those numbers up. So it's in his interest to do it above what the criminals have priced the stock at. But not everybody sees that. Not everybody sees that. Screenshot from Robinhood. Yeah, let's go look at the price. Ham is probably hearing some good info on the buy-in. And going back to the gentleman, if the calls get really cheap, you can always throw away some money for a week just to be in the game if you want to. I think I'd have the courage just to ride it out. That's true. There's a lot of stocks out there, Steve. I was reading this book by Samuel H. Sloan, and they changed the rules. Yeah, oh, here it is. This was published in 1992, and he revised it a little bit, but in he doesn't say what year, but under George W. Bush, they changed the number of shareholders from 300 to 500 to be for the requirement to qualify or to need 12G reporting. And so the point is, a lot of those, he would do computer screens to find companies like you're describing that had really high book value and cash, and using SEC documents, and then try to buy them out. Now, more of those companies do not have to report. So the threshold for reporting increased under that requirement from 300 to 500 shareholders. And so that takes, he said back then, I don't know what it is now. What I remember, he said there's 50,000 companies you can look at their data. It's all at the SEC, and it reduced it sharply. Let me see if it says here. A large number of companies have between 300 and 500 stockholders. This change basically put the smaller companies out of the range of making money by rating them, basically. This guy wrote very well. If there's a margin call, what time does it happen? I can tell you what it used to happen for me. It used to happen. I would start getting the phone calls at 1, but the deadline was 2 o'clock. But you know, there was usually only one guy or woman handling it, and there were a lot of phone calls. So usually my death knell came around 2:30. If my bullshit worked well enough, I might be able to buy until 10 of 4, but usually around 2:30 was the pain. If I bought overnight, usually, the market back then opened at That's weird. I can't remember. I think the market opened later in the morning. I can't remember now. One of my friends used to always leave for the day. He'd say, "See you bright and early, 10:30." He'd say that every day as he left. But anyway, the time it got hot for me in the morning, if I failed to get anything done, was usually 10 o'clock. But almost everything you could get through lunchtime just by leaving the office, going to get a cup of coffee, or saying you had an appointment for lunch. But it got really tough at 2:30. I don't know what it is anymore. The real answer to your question is, as soon as the shorts answer is we can't deliver, they'll start buying in at any time. So it's up to them to bullshit for a while, get people like Space Cowboy to help the price down, move shares from LLC to LLC, buy time. As Susan Trimbeth says, they can settle a failed to deliver with another failed to deliver. But if none of that's working, the buy-in can come anytime, any second. I know I missed it. Yeah, the summary of the Finger webinar is, I can't believe how immature people are. But the summary is, one, this is my summary. Martin did a great job. Martin tightened up his story so that now he's basically focusing on 4 key areas of the company, 1, the top up and SMS. 2, Sapienus, the big data. 3, the Daja app, the Jijing, anyway, the lifestyle app, which is in its infancy. It should be big in the future. And 4, the really big thing going on right now is command and control, the C2 emergency response program contract that he has. In the questions, a few things came out. Someone asked, can you comment on whether or not you have a partner out of Asia? He said, we can't comment on that. Now, you can read that literally, whether or not he has a partner, he can't comment one way or the other. Or I kind of took the optimistic side. Maybe there is some sort of partnership going on. That's how I heard that. So in the back of my head, I'm thinking maybe there is something good going on, but that might just be dreaming. He talked about the path to profitability. It's clear that, to me anyway, fourth quarter is not going to be profitable. I don't think first quarter is going to be profitable. But he said that the emergency response program, the C2 program, is the biggest and most likely source of their path to profitability. Sapientus too. And it didn't sound like he is writing off that profitability could happen in 2026, which is the year we're in now. He did talk about he's moving a lot of their business to Southeast Asia. They want to be less China-centric. And that was interesting. He's going to go to London for the Roth Capital conference. Roth Capital is banging on their door to do another registered direct offering. The audit is not yet complete. The audit should be complete soon. Certainly it will be complete by May 29th, May 30th, approximately, because that's when they're going to file their annual report. The ERP, the C2 contract, should take 5 to 7 years to fill out. And he did give, which I thought was interesting, the cycle of performance when they build out their vehicles right now is 90 to 120 days from contract to acquisition, build out, and delivery is 90 to 120 days. He does think that could be reduced to 60 days, which I thought was good. And that's your summary better. I'm sorry you couldn't go on the website and listen to a recap, or perhaps go on YouTube. But that's my summary of it. Why is Fidelity not allowing buys of Finger? My understanding is Fidelity is not allowing buys of Finger over the what do you call your phone app? You can't buy it on the app. You can't buy it on your computer. But if you go in person, or if you call in person, I think they let you buy. Why do I think? I think it's because they don't want to be sued if the stock goes down. They want to make sure that you are a real person and that you're not some part of some algorithm buying. And they want to make sure that you are doing an unsolicited order and you give an affirmative, yes, I know the risks, I want to buy it. This is the attention that Wall Street gives to the long. Fidelity does not require Space Cowboy to go in person. Fidelity doesn't require Space Cowboy to locate shares. Fidelity doesn't require Space Cowboy to deliver shares. Fidelity's glad to accept all of the fake, counterfeit, fraudulent selling that Space Cowboy can give them in return for commission. So it's a skewed system. It's a skewed system. But, then the legal side comes in. Lawyers are not likely on the Space Cowboy side of life to sue Fidelity. But lawyers on the retail side, if they can come up with a class action, are likely. So it's a bastardization of the regulatory regime and the legal regime, and Fidelity wants to protect itself on the long side. They don't give a shit about the endless selling that comes from the criminals. They just don't care. Free to trade and do whatever you want. Free to trade is a Wall Street expression. It's most usually associated with, at least in my experience, with the restriction on an IPO or a secondary, particularly as it relates to a commission. But it also applies to ex-dividend dates, and it applies to 144 stock, free to trade. Go ahead and trade it. There's no restriction on your trading. You're free to trade. Yeah, I think that's right, middle ground. Do borrow rates even matter to a naked short? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. All right, we're at 3 o'clock. And I'm going to have to come up with some content here to make it through to 4. Check Twitter, see if Ham's having calls. You're more than welcome to go listen to him. 301 to 304, 500,000 shares. G-Buck's still down. Nixie still flat. The reason I'm silent is waiting for the computer to update. GME's up slightly. DJT's up slightly. And yeah, it looks like as we go into the last hour, it's going to be slow. I think I might take this opportunity to force some theory into your head, but I don't know for sure. Let me just see. Takes so long. Okay. Let's see if this is any good. I don't know if it is. This might be interesting. Ronnie Stoffel of a team of Egon von Greiritz just put out an article called the rearrangement of the global economic order. And it's a lot about the markets, gold, and Trump. It was a tremor that shook the financial markets in the trading days following Liberation Day, when tariffs were imposed on almost every country in the world. Well, they were imposed on us. One of the big winners was gold. After a brief setback below $3,000, the US dollar 3,200 mark was broken in April. The 3,300 mark broke in April 16th, and now all-time highs. However, the significant depreciation of the US dollar, the US dollar index fell by about 4% within a few days, by more than 4% against the euro, and by around 8% against the Swiss franc, both shitty currencies, meant that the gold price in euro rose only slightly, and the gold price fell by more than 4% in Swiss francs. The S&P dropped 7%. One reason for gold's strength is its portfolio property as a hedge against economic, political uncertainties of any kind. Another reason is the express wish of Donald Trump to significantly weaken the US dollar. The prevailing view is the US administration, is that a strong dollar is detrimental to the US economy. However, the former Deutschmark bloc around Germany and Switzerland show that this argument does not stand up to reality. Yeah, I'm not sure it does either. Regardless, the US dollar should be significantly devalued, and in conjunction with the tariffs, force the reindustrialization of the United States in line with the America First policy. In addition, a possible Mar-a-Lago Accord is making the rounds in reference to the two major currency agreements in the 1980s, the Plaza Accord, 1985, and the Louvre Accord in 1987. Both agreements led to a devaluation of the US dollar. The US current account improved at the time, but remained clearly in the red. A significant reduction was only achieved after the Louvre account. What happened? He spoke French. And in 1991, a slight surplus was achieved. After that, the US current account balance turned clearly negative again. The aim of the Louvre Accord was to stop the depreciation of the US dollar and keep exchange rates of the leading industrial nations within a target range. The improvement in the current account balance desired by the Trump administration, in other words, reduce the current account deficit, would inevitably lead to lower capital flows into the United States, lower demand for US financial securities, and equities and bonds would fall. In the course of discussions about the domestic and foreign policy, economic and trade policy reorganization desired by the Trump administration, the idea has been floated that the US could raise its considerable gold reserves. Currently, the gold reserves held by the United States Treasury are shown on the Federal Reserve's balance sheet as a gold certificate at a value of US dollars 42.22 per ounce. This was the value of gold per ounce in 1973 after the last official devaluation of the US dollar against gold. With the revaluation to the current gold price of around 3,000, the US could raise around 800 billion US dollars in a one-off transaction, as Switzerland did in 2000. However, Scott Bessonnet has already taken the wind out of the sails of these rumors. Notwithstanding this rejection, the role of gold as a reputable and valuable asset is becoming increasingly important. Gold is gradually moving away from its previous underdog role, partly because long-serving safe anchors such as government bonds, in particular US Treasuries and the German Bunds, are coming under increasing pressure because of their own fault. Another possible use for the US gold treasure comes from Judy Shelton. Oh no. Judy Shelton, who is seen as the successor to Jerome Powell, presented her plan for gold-backed government bonds. The plan is simple and simple-minded and includes two main components: gold convertibility and the revaluation of the United States gold reserves. Selected U.S. Treasuries with a 50-year term, for example, would include an option for the bondholder to redeem the bond for a predetermined amount of gold at par. Apart from the years 2020 and 2021, the United States could now have a budget deficit of more than $2 trillion annually for the first time. 6.2% of GDP for the year ending September this year. Swell. Germany abandons fiscal virtue. I'm going to skip that. Yields on German debt has shot up. Conclusion. Let's skip to the conclusion. With Donald Trump's inauguration, uncertainty in international politics, geopolitical dynamics, and the financial markets has increased significantly. It remains to be seen how long this phase will last. What is certain is that gold is benefiting. All right. Swell. Don't burn out after reading that. Finger is, let me look, 303, 301 to 304, 500,000 shares traded. Nixie apparently isn't trading. G-Bucks is down 42 cents. And Nixie is down 2 cents at 165. Let's see if there's any news from Pope land. Fed rejects Trump's calls to cut rates. Powell can't stand Trump. China's building up something in Cuba. Oh, swell. I love this article. Fed Powell explains why it's different now versus September. I love it. In September, he wanted Kamala Harris to win. In September, weak soft data, tight financial conditions, August market crash, he cut rates by 50 basis points. May of 25, with weak soft data, tight financial conditions, April market crash, he pauses. All right, I'm worn out by that boring, painful stuff. 3 stock tickers to buy for Verse Roundup: RSLS, VXRT, GDHG. That's pretty interesting. Now Ernest is I guess turning into negative. It's fine. You can get out of Finger. So now Finger is going down. What is fair? If you measure your investment on a stock going down for an hour, you are what is called, unless you're a day trader, you might be a day trader. And if you're a day trader, I advise you to listen to somebody that can actually draw a technical chart. It's not me. Number one, Finger isn't going down. It's up right now. What is fair value so I know where to get out? Who the F knows? The market cap right now on FingerMotion is 170 million. Ernest, I know you can't do this work. It's very hard for you. But if you go to FingerMotion.com, of course, you have to wait a while. So let's just wait a little while here. Let's wait a little while. Darn it. I guess everybody's going to the FingerMotion site at the same time. There it is. Okay. So we go to FingerMotion's site and check out the presentation if we can find it. I guess under overview. Got to find here company presentation. I know it's tough for you to do this, Ernest. Tough for you to think on your own. So it's a nice presentation. They have significant milestones, core business, telecommunications, Sapientus, value added, industry trends. All right, here's the revenue. Hey, my memory is pretty good. There's the revenue, the Finger. So what are the two takeaways? Their revenue was growing, but now it's not growing by much. Their revenue for the last 2 fiscal years has basically been 35 million. They say they have a growth rate of 21% in revenues. There's the gross margins. So in a high growth stock, the multiples are very high. In a stock, it's up to you. Do you think this is a high growth stock or is it flat? I think it's a high growth stock, but the record shows that the revenues aren't really growing recently that much. If we use 21% as a growth rate, on revenues, that'll be our high number. How about that? Let's see how many shares are in FingerMotion. I know this is hard work for you to do, so let me do it for you. All right, let me go to, I'll use Yahoo as my source for how many shares are out. Okay. They have implied shares outstanding 63 million. 64. So let's use 64 million. And I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to do it on a per share basis. They have 35 million in revenue divided by 64 million. They have 54 cents a share in revenue. With that kind of growth, no earnings, should it be trading at 54 cents? I don't think so. Let's call it 55 cents so I can remember it. So at 55 cents, if it were to trade at its projected growth rate, compounded at 21%, give it a multiple of 21%. This is very high. I don't think any institution would give this number. The stock would be $11.55 right now. But you don't want to wait for the annual report because you want to know now. So I would say a high target right now based on information they have. They could trade at 21 times revenue. It'd be worth $11 to $12 a share. I think if it traded at, I don't know, what multiple. Let's just look up Let's look up Ford. That's a company in trouble. They trade at a PE ratio of 8, but that's on earnings. That's on earnings, not on revenue. Let's use that as a shitty low side. 0.55 times 8. $4.40. I don't know what it's worth, but I'd start in that range as, in other words, 440 to 11. 4 to 11 might be what a multiple on revenue could be worth if it's got positive story, but I have no idea what they're going to come up with. I mean, right now, the stock is market cap of 170. $170 divided by 35. It trades at 5 times revenue. It seems like a pretty reasonable price. They're not earning money. But I don't know. How quickly is revenue going to grow? How confident are you that revenue is going to grow? When does Sapientus kick in? When does profits kick in? I don't know. It's very hard to come up with a fair value. The company is viable. It's growing. It has avenues ahead. It's just really worth what you're willing to pay for it. Black smoke. How will the market react if naked shorting is addressed publicly? You can't predict how do people react. My opinion, they will not address MNTLP in a loud way. It might be addressed publicly, but it'll just get buried. But if I'm wrong and it's addressed in a loud way, I think they will have pre-prepared the markets. I don't think it'll have much of an impact, but I could be wrong. Ham would have a better idea on that. Fingers up. It's up 16 cents, 315. 526,000 shares. Nixie's up a penny. Let's see what's happening with Il Papa. Il Papa. Pope. Catholic News Agency. Gamblers are betting millions. Polymarket. More than $18 million worth of bets on who will be the next pope. Another platform, Kalshi, it's $7 million. Polymarket lists Vatican Secretary of State Cardinal Pietro Parolin as the favorite at 27% odds. and Filipino Cardinal Luis Antonio Tagle at second with 22. Zuppi at 11. Pierre Battista Pizzaballa at 10. Peter Erdo at 7. There's no news, though. No news. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's coming to America. Downtown Kansas City has become a hotspot for illegal street racing. That happens here. That happens here on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. No one says anything about it. Pam Bondi's not releasing the Epstein's files. So I'm just going to see it out till 4 o'clock. If you have more interesting things to do, uh-oh. I don't like this. They just raided Chef Jeff's restaurant in D.C. Oficiana, Mi Vida, Yaleo, Santa Rosa, Takira, Pupatella, Call Your Mother, Clyde's, and Millie's. Oh my gosh. It's a lot of our restaurants. I wish they'd lay off of that. But you're right. Who said that, Giuseppe? Black smoke rises from Sistine Chimney, signaling no pope yet. So that means the odds of Pietro Pizzaballa comes higher. "89 cardinals have to agree before a new pope can be named." Pizzaballa. The conclave typically goes through several rounds of votes. The last 10 conclaves took an average of 3.2 days. So we'll see what happens. I don't see much interesting news. Um, from Martin Armstrong, Gaza to be destroyed. Over 2.1 million people are starving to death in Gaza. Yet the international community has turned a blind eye. Hamas refuses to cooperate as they know they are outnumbered and overpowered. Israel has announced its next steps. Quote, Gaza will be entirely destroyed, unquote. Quote, there is no sense in engaging in talks or considering new ceasefire proposals as long as the hunger war and extermination war continue in Gaza Strip, said Basim Naim, a senior Hamas official. Gaza will be entirely destroyed. Civilians will be sent to the south to a humanitarian zone without Hamas or terrorism, and from there they will start to leave in great numbers to third countries. Of course, that's not genocide. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich stated, Operation Gideon's Chariots is Israel's scorched earth policy that will lead to the conquest of the Gaza Strip and the holding of the territories. Smotrich declared that the world must embrace Israel's occupation as it plans a full-scale offensive to annex the territory. Gaza's population has declined by 160,000 people, or 6%, since the beginning of the war. Is it really a war? With people, primarily civilians, mainly dying or missing, as it's difficult to flee when no neighboring nation will accept refugees. The Rafah crossing in Egypt closed in March, as Egypt does not wish to coordinate with Israel, believing the nation has violated the 1979 peace treaty. Israel has closed off its Erez crossing to fleeing Palestinians. Syria is merely another war zone, although some flee to Syria in search of a third location. Lebanon and Jordan have accepted hundreds of thousands of refugees, but they have since closed their borders. Greece, Belgium, Turkey, and Germany accepted a large number of Palestinian refugees early. Canada was offering special immigration measures and providing $3,000 Canadian. The program is only available to those who have fled Gaza, as there is no way to reach the people within Gaza. Other nations will pay for Israel's crimes. Operation Gideon's Chariots entails forcibly evacuating all civilians to quote-unquote sterile humanitarian zones in the south. The blockade will continue during the siege, and those who manage to escape to humanitarian zones will receive limited aid. The operation will begin after U.S. President Donald Trump visits Israel. Bibi claims Hamas has until Trump's visit to release the hostages, but nothing is going to prevent Operation Gideon's Chariots. Trump's visit will simply greenlight Israel's forthcoming actions. Trump has already provided Israel with $12 billion in aid since taking office, in addition to the 3.3 to 3 billion in aid Israel already receives from the United States. The neocons seek to use the Middle East as a second front against Russia, and in this arena they have the full support of the United States. Our computer, which has been truly amazing in its geopolitical forecasts, clearly shows that we were entering war beginning in 2014, particularly in 2027, a 13-year period of escalating civil unrest as well as international war. Oh gosh. I hope he's wrong. That's Martin. It's Martin Armstrong. Let's look at some of the prices. It's taking a while to update. I showed Finger at $3.15. I don't know if it's accurate. 312 to 315, 527,000 shares. Nixie is 168. I now show Finger at 317, and it's trading 317 to 318, 551,000 shares with almost just over 20 minutes to go. Trump announced he's going to name the Gulf of Arabia the Gulf of Arabia. Fee went up 167%. Finger is 317 to 318. 317.5. All right, I'm going to sign off at 4 o'clock. I don't know if I can make it that long. Let's see. Let's randomly pick an article. All right, let's see. This is too long for you. But we've got 20 minutes to make it. This is going to bore you. That article will bore you. It's just too much explanation. It's a good book. I look forward to I bought it, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago. I never read it. Finger is 318, 318, 319, 559,000 shares. I like this. You guys might get bored with this, but I don't think it's boring. Chapter 24 of Peter Krauth's book, The Great Silver Bull. The best places to mine silver today. Finger is 319, 318 to 319, 560,000. The best places to mine silver today. This book was published 2022. In 1857, prospectors and settlers rushed to Nevada in hopes of getting rich from a new silver discovery. Over the next decade, $500 million of silver was mined from the Comstock lode. It became America's biggest silver rush. The Grosch brothers, veterans of the California gold rush, had found traces of gold on the eastern slope of Mount Davidson. I'll have to look that up. But their prize was a massive silver vein, high purity, bluish clay. Sadly, the Grosch brothers died the next year, one from infection and one from hyperthermia in a snowstorm. Henry Comstock, their friend, lacked funding and couldn't capitalize on the idea. So he and others sold their shares cheaply. Finding the proverbial mother lode is one thing, but getting the silver out of the ground is another. Geopolitical risks make jurisdiction a crucial factor. A big, valuable silver deposit cannot be moved, so its owner is at the mercy of the government. If the government is corrupt, changes often, and caters to special interest groups, it could nationalize the mine at any time. The risk is higher. In my view, this currently makes Canada, the United States, Mexico, Australia, and some parts of Europe and South America the most attractive options to mine silver. All right, Finger is 319, 318 to 319, 569,000 shares. With its 196 million ounces of annual silver production, Mexico is the clear leader among silver producing nations, accounting for nearly 23% of global silver output. Mexico is attractive for many reasons. First, that's where the silver is. Mexico has been producing silver in quantity for more than 500 years. The largest producing state is the centrally located Zacatecas. Next is Chihuahua State, followed by Durango and Sonora. Geologically, Mexico is attractive. Its terrain is one of the most tectonically active and complex, having created the Sierra Madre mountain chains. Much of the silver found today is linked to the Sierra Madre Occidental Range. Mexican laws give preference to mineral exploration and extraction over any other land use. They allow for 100% private ownership, including foreign ownership. It welcomes the industry. Mining represents 8% of industrial GDP and 2.5% of national GDP. Whilst concessions are required, and they're part of NAFTA. Mexico's environmental laws have become increasingly strict. Mining runs deep in this developing nation, and I expect it will continue to be a silver powerhouse for decades to come. This is Peter Krauth. FingerMotion 319, 318 to 320, 577,000 shares. Mexico's neighbor to the north, the United States, has two states that stand out for silver mining, Nevada and Idaho. Nevada is a top jurisdiction for gold production today, yet it is known as the Silver State. The Comstock Lode discovery made Nevada the first important silver mining district in the United States. The Comstock Lode went on to produce an impressive 192 million silver ounces, and the Tonopah Silver District produced over 174 million ounces. Some of you might recognize that name. Alaska produces more silver than Nevada, much of it as a byproduct of mining other metals. Based on investment attractiveness, the Fraser Institute ranked Nevada as the world's top mining jurisdiction in 2020. If it were a country, Nevada would be the world's 5th largest gold producer, and that's where you invested. But some of Nevada's past silver producing areas have made it one of the highest grade silver districts in the world. Nevada's silver potential has been rediscovered in recent years, and it's getting a lot more attention. Despite so much focus on Nevada's obvious gold endowment, it seems inevitable that silver will get a lot more attention. I expect Nevada to become somewhat of a silver powerhouse as well. Idaho is the United States' undisputed historic silver capital. Gold was first discovered in 1863, but in the late 1870s, miners realized silver was the prize. Northern Idaho's small panhandle area is called Silver Valley. Many of the mines run very deep, intersecting with buried lawyers. Many of the mines run very deep, producing down to 5,000 feet or more. One mine alone, the Sunshine Mine, produced over 360 million ounces of silver. Finger is 320, 318 to 320, 585,000 shares, 319 last trade, 318 to 320, 586,000 shares, 319 last trade, 318, 320, 587,000 shares. In Canada, two areas stand out, the Yukon Territory and northern British Columbia. A lot of silver, even high-grade silver remains. Northern British Columbia also has long history of precious metals mining. There have been several large discoveries of gold, silver, and copper in the Golden Triangle. The SK Creek mine, discovered in 1988, produced 3.3 million ounces of gold and 160 million ounces of silver, both at extremely high grades. Today, there are several existing projects with high silver grades. All right, that was interesting. I know it fascinated you. 351, 318.32, 318 to 319, 593,000 shares traded. Oh, God. I'm not going to answer any more questions on dividend. All right, so I go Yahoo Finance, click, it pops up. I go to the search feature on Yahoo Finance. I hit GBUX, and I click GBUX. And then I scroll down for news. It says unable to load. All right, so I go to the news. It says, just so you know where to look, GiveBucks Inc. finalizes terms of special warrant dividend for shareholders. It's very difficult. I know it's difficult. It's so hard. Let's ask William. It's so hard to look it up. GBucks announced that the finalized terms, the board of directors confirmed that the dividend will consist of warrants issued on a 1-for-10 basis, granting shareholders the right to purchase 1 share of GiveBucks common stock for every 10 shares held. Each warrant will be exercisable at $4 per share, subject to terms and conditions. The ex-dividend date will be May 15th, 2025, with a distribution date of May 21, 2025. The warrants are expected to provide shareholders with a unique opportunity to participate in the company. The warrants will be issued electronically via book entry registration and may be exercised under terms outlined in the agreement. James O'Keefe is breaking news. Pam Bondi, she's a woman. Conservative women are just feminists doing the speed limit. If she destroyed that, she should be fired. Maybe she's one of the ones that let him off easy when he was raping down in Florida. Peter, I just read it all to you, what the special dividend is. If you didn't hear it, go to Yahoo Finance. type in G-Bucks, literally pick the first news story and read it for yourself. Cost to borrow 167% for FingerMotion. Let's see where it's trading. 318, 319, 596,000 shares. 318, 319, 9 by 166, 605,000 shares. 319 last trade. 318, 319. Wow, yesterday G-Bucks was going up on decent volume. Yeah, sometimes low volume, like you're saying, is a good sign. Finger 319 is real. Julius, why is G-Bucks not moving? It's a conspiracy. A bunch of the players have gotten together to make sure that G-Bucks doesn't move. And you know, it's just one big conspiracy. G-Bucks is 338 down 18, 30,000 shares. It's a low volume day. Not every day. You don't get laid every night. $318 to $319. I wish you can call him and speak to him with everybody. This time is right now. I wish you could call him and speak to him with everybody. I have no idea. I don't know who the him is. Martin? I don't think Martin's available. Finger 318 to 319. Is that wall real? What wall? Josh. Yeah, thanks, Josh. What wall? There's no wall. There's 8,000 shares, 8,320 shares offered at 319. That's not a wall. That's spoofing. That's collusion. That's cheating. You're probably part of it. It's just to scare everybody, in my opinion. G-Bucks dividend is next Thursday. Poof, 90K wall. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. It's just spoofing. It's just spoofing. Just to scare everybody. It's manipulation. But they don't require, the SEC doesn't require any insight. Ann Wagner says, hey, you got to protect their trade secrets. 317, 318, 626,000. Thanks, Will. Sorry for annoying you. No, you don't annoy me. It's just I'm amazed how many people ask about the dividend. And I don't know. It's probably the biggest reason I got out of the business. I didn't want to answer questions on dividends anymore. Everybody cares about the dividends, but it's really, in terms of price action, it's really irrelevant. Except, of course, in the case of trying to trap out the shorts. So it is relevant. All right, 4 o'clock closed at 316. They got it down. Now it's 3 to 320. Last trade 318. Volume 634,000 shares. G-Bucks just jumped. It's a manipulation. I think it was your best friend. Now you don't know him. What happened to you? Dude, I explained to you. Ham does not call me for his conference calls anymore. He just goes live on Twitter. You want to hear from him? Go there. I don't think there's anything between us. I just think Kristen and Giannis showed him how to use Twitter, and he's an action guy. He can get to 800 people, 1,000 people. He goes there. I don't think it's a big deal. All right, Finger is 318 up 2 cents. Nixie's up a penny. Yeah, let's see if something's happening in the news. Fed holds rates steady, defying Trump's call for cuts. Good on you, pal. Stick up for Kamala. You lowered rates to get Kamala elected. You better keep him here. Trump's a threat. Kamala was great. Google sinks. Okay, let's see somewhere else. All those news stories suck. Powell warns of increased stagflationary uncertainty. What a great guy. Consumer debt jumps in March. DEI still strong. China buildup in Cuba. Pam Bondi. Alex Jones posts. Alex Jones has revealed that James O'Keefe is preparing to expose a Trump administration official accused of helping cover up Jeffrey Epstein. According to Jones, he believes that person is none other than Attorney General Pam Bondi. That's disappointing. That's really disappointing. That really is disappointing.
All the Epstein files are missing. Can you confirm that? We still haven't heard from you. No, the FBI. Yeah, the FBI, they're reviewing. There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume. And that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call him later and find out. All the Epstein files are missing. Can you confirm that? We still haven't heard from you. No, the FBI. Yeah, the FBI, they're reviewing.
She's nervous. It's so disappointing. So disappointing. Let's see how it's trading. Then I'm going to sign off. I'm tired of getting all these attacks. 315 now, down a penny. Nixie is flat. And that's where we're going to end. So thank you for signing in. I think maybe for the rest of the week, I'm not going to go on tomorrow. I'm not going to go on Friday. I probably won't go on the weekend unless there's a reason to. I think I'm just going to take a break and try to do some other things, even if it bores me to tears. Ham doesn't come on here any longer for some reason, so you're not going to miss that. I don't have a responsibility to be here so you can hear from Ham. You can listen to Ham again on sign up for Twitter. And you can listen to his conference calls there. I appreciate everybody being here, but this grinds me down. It's not pleasant, and a lot of the experience, I just don't think it's productive right now. We've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm not saying I won't come on, but right now as I sign off, I'm not planning on coming tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. You can get your information from Ham on Twitter. I don't think G-Bucks is going to do anything. If there's an announcement, I'll come on. I don't think Nixie's going to do anything. If there's some announcement, I'll come on. But I think everything will be delayed until next week. So I'm just going to take a break. I find all of this wearing. I don't think I'm helping anybody. I'm responding to people in a non-useful way. And it's just very repetitive. It's the same shit over and over and over again. The markets are corrupted by the criminals, and the regulators, Congress, and the banks want to blame the CEOs. So it's as simple as that. So I'm not going to, as of this moment, I'm not going to go live tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. But I do thank everybody for coming in. Black smoke mean we have it. Yep. Skinny whale's the best. Peace. Take a break. We expect our leaders to protect us. I like this summary. We expect our leaders to protect us. But since we're dealing with the underbelly of the devil, our leaders are scared for their lives and throw us under the bus. I think so. I just want to be more effective. I'm used to being effective. Oh, well, I'm used to thinking I'm being effective. That's probably more accurate. Anyway, peace to everybody. I wish you the best. Il Papa, let's say, by not getting a vote this time, to me, it means that Italian guy is probably not going to be it. The next guy is the Filipino. Maybe he's up next. But I think Pizzaballa might be it. One of the Africans might be it. And the Filipino might be it. Thank you, Benjamin. We used to love to watch your show, but lately you're a totally different person. Thank you, Benjamin. Greetings from Germany. Guten Tagen? I don't know how to say it. Anyway, all right. Thank you, Rainier, and thank you, everyone. And we'll leave it at this, because Benjamin, I really appreciate your comment, Benjamin. You're the best. Okay, peace, love, and happiness. Make sure you sign into Twitter, and I'm sure Ham will have several calls each day, and you can hear about Finger there, and G-Bucks. Remember, G-Bucks was his idea at 70 cents, and it went to 12. It was a 10x, so keep listening. Anyway, best to each of you.